Hello everyone, it's me again, Nathan. I'm the developer of Metalheads, and we're doing part 2 of doing some animations for Metalheads and the mini game called Metal Ball Z. You know what? I just realized something really shitty. I missed an opportunity in yesterday's stream. I should have, at the end of yesterday's stream, said, on the next episode of Metal Ball Z, or something like that. See, I missed an opportunity. I could have done something like that. Anyway, I digress. So, yeah, we're going to be doing more animations. I'm just going to put my face on the camera for a bit. I'm just trying to get one of my character heads back over into my 3D modeling software, because I actually lost the head a while ago when I lost a lot of data. That's a thing that happens, by the way. Always make sure to back up your data. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. But yeah, today we're gonna be working on some animations, and I'm really excited. Then we're gonna go into Unreal Engine 4 and show you how to transition. Well, show you guys what happens when I transition those animations into Unreal Engine 4 and put it all together and make something that looks really cool and fancy. So let me get this head over to Blender first. Blender, by the way, if you guys missed the first stream, is a 3D modeling software and animation software that I'm using. So I'm just gonna figure out where to put this. GB modules, heads. That's not a lot of heads there. Head 17. All right. Sure. Maybe that's it. Just got to figure out where the heck I put all the parts. Oh, there we go. 17. I've got head 21 there. What? Head 17. Let's pop that there. I don't want that. Bear with me. Bear with me. I am getting there. Alright, export. Because what you'll see on my screen right now is, you know, this is Unreal Engine 4, by the way, and this is a very familiar looking menu. You know, where you do your character select. I'll show you guys later about that stuff, but for now I just got to get over into Blender. Here's our little character animation. I just want to change this head over to the head that looks like it's from Dragon Ball Z, you know, spiky hair thing. It seems more appropriate than this demon head, which you guys have probably recognized from a little known game called Metal Hellsinger. By the way, if you haven't played Metal Hellsinger, go check it out, and also check out the amazing soundtrack, because it is freaking awesome. Got like some really big names in there. So I need to import. Well, we'll see if this even works. I don't know how easy this is going to be, because it may break completely. We'll see. I don't need the animation for it. What did that do? That imported the entire skeleton for it. I don't need that. I'm just gonna go open this again, just in case it messed with things. Import components. That one there. I don't want to import the skeleton for this thing, or the armature. Don't think I can just ignore it though. Oh well, I'll tell you what, I'm just gonna do it. It's not that big a deal. And then I will fix this up later. If I separate this from this. Oh, okay. Good. All right, now I'm gonna hide the existing head, which is, oh yeah, one of the heads is called knob head, by the way, because I'm real mature. I need to get rid of whatever the heck that is. That's the armature for it. Rename this one to MBZ head, maybe. Oh, sand head. Why not? That's appropriate. Get rid of demon head, and hang on. Gotta pop this back into its default pose. Bear with me for a second, guys. Oh gosh, what's going on? Put that there. This is part of the fun of game development. Just putting things together where they should be. Pop that head into the appropriate spot. That's good enough, I guess. And then I've got to remember what the heck I've got to do. I think I've got to actually... Yeah, I think I've got to grab this and select all of this. Oh yeah, that's right. Do that. Control P. Deform. Select all of that. And then I've got to see. I'm not going to explain any of this, guys. This is basically saying that this entire head is controlled by this tiny little bone here. That's what that is. That's a bone. That's a neck bone, or the head bone, whatever. So we want to control all of that with the head. Assign. And now, when this little dude does an animation, it should theoretically move with the animation. Yes, it does. And now we've got this cool little Dragon Ball Z dude. Heck yeah. All right, this is way more appropriate. Okay, so now we can actually start animating. Now I've been sidetracked. So yesterday, or last night, what we did, firstly, I'll show you guys the animations that I did last night, and then I'll show you the existing animations that were already there. So the animations that I did last night were basically beam attacks, you know, when the character, like, you know, and they fire a beam forward. That's what we worked on. So I think it was charge up start, maybe, I think. Let's have a look. Beam charge up start. Select all of this. Yeah, that's the one. So that was what we worked on, and you can see I got this little red ball thing here. That's just as a reference, just for the energy ball. All right, so that's the first animation. It kind of gets a character into position, and then we do charge up, where the character is kind of like, this is where you're holding the attack button, and the energy ball is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger to the point where it's kind of out of control. And I'm trying to decide whether or not if the button is held for too long, if it just blows up in the character's hands, if it fizzles out, or if the character fires the beam automatically for the player. But I'm thinking I want to make it so that it blows up and the player's got like a 1 second or 2 second window where it's at full power. That's what I'm thinking anyway. So yeah, this here is just a little animation. You imagine that little energy ball is growing, and then it kind of gets a little bit out of control, and boom. Again, the next animation I want to work on today is firing from this point. All right, so that's what we're going to do. So let's get into the next thing. So the next part of this will be to beam attack, fire. So, this is a bit of a tricky one because there's obviously different points where the character is going to fire from. They could fire from the start of the animation or the end when it's a little bit hectic. So I think it doesn't really matter. This doesn't have to line up with the end of this animation, because what's going to happen once it's in Unreal Engine, it'll smoothly transition to the start of this next animation anyway, no matter where it is. So I think I'll just go beam attack start, and that's where the character is punching forward. So yeah, I'll do that. Where I do it from though, that's going to be a bit of a tricky one. I might have to, yeah, that's going to be really, really tricky actually. I guess I kind of just have to set a pose. That's going to be, see, this is what happens when you make things a little bit complicated. Because effectively, like when I start this next animation, right? This is, the character is, hang on, I'll just switch over to the camera. Normally I have my stream deck set up. I might actually do that in a second. So the issue with this particular animation is the character can start from here and do that, but they can also start from like here and do that. Either way, they're ending up in this position, no matter what. However, the problem is where the animation starts. Like if I set the start of the animation to like here, like an in between like this and this, it still looks a bit weird. Like it's almost like I'd have to create like 3 separate animations depending on how much the energy beam has started. And I could actually do that, I guess. What I will do though, I will experiment a little bit here. So just to give me an indication of what it might look like in Unreal Engine 4. So if I go to this and I delete all of this, oops, goodbye, put that over here. Just gonna make this, I don't know, 20 frames. And then I can set a pose. Oops. If I go to charge up start, no, I don't want that, do I? Oh yeah, I can have that. Yeah, I'll grab that one. Because that's where, actually, fun. Oh, hang on, you guys can't see it. Silly me. Charge up. That's why I need people in the chat saying, hey, look, you gotta close your game. Close your stream. I'm gonna put some music on the background actually while we do this. Background music. Let me just fix this up a bit. Let's get some Spotify happening in here for you. Music. Where the heck is it? That way you guys get to listen to Andy Gillian's music. By the way, I forgot to mention the music that you guys heard in the intro is once again by Andy Gillian, the composer of Metalheads, and that is from his latest album titled Arcade Metal, and it's freaking amazing. So yeah, go check it out, go support him, let him know, show him your love and let him know what you think of the album, and stream the hell out of it. That'll help him in a big way. More importantly, you can even buy the merch from his store. It's got some awesome shirts too, and vinyls. The vinyls are amazing. What the heck? Just bear with me, guys. I'm looking for something, so it's gonna switch scene here in my streaming thing for a second, so bear with me. And we're back. All right. Hopefully that worked. Yes, it worked. I'm going to turn that right down so we don't deafen you guys. And we'll play some music. And I'll put the... Oh, crap. I'll just turn Spotify down so I don't go deaf. And turn it up for you guys. Can you hear that? I hope you guys can hear that. I'm just going to turn my speakers off and see what it sounds like. Let's see. Oh, you guys. Let's see. Can you hear that? I hope you guys can hear that. I'm just gonna turn my... It's loud enough, I think. Anyway, I'm not gonna worry about that. You know, I don't want to mess around too much. Okay. Especially considering I want to condense this stream. So we are going to. I'm gonna need to grab like a good spot for this to kind of start from. I think maybe here. It's kind of a good in-between spot between that and that, maybe. Actually, this is probably a bit better. Yeah, there we go. I'll grab that. Then I will put that little animation keyframe over here as the starting point. What the heck happened then? That doesn't look right. Is that? No, you stupid thing. Come here. Copy that. Go to here. Why is it doing that? No. What is going on with this leg? What the hell? So this is the fun of creating animations sometimes. It's yep, it's a little bit special. I think it is because, yeah, I know what's going on. All right, it's because if I grab all of that, it's because I haven't keyframed the leg. So if I now go to here and I paste all of this, and then I go to here, lock that in, delete. I did that in the most roundabout way, but anyway, we got to where we wanted to go. So there we go. So that's our starting point. Now we have to create the end point. We all know what the end point is. That's the hands, you know, going out like that. So we're gonna twist the character to face straight ahead. So I'm actually gonna grab the start of this, I think. Maybe just, yeah, no, I'll grab the start of this. That's just the idle animation starting point. It creates a good like forward facing base to start from. So if I go here, pop that there, because you'll notice it'll just kind of whoop, transition back, right? So now I need to make it so the character fires. Now whether or not they twist so far is a different story. Like, so we're gonna stand up and do some little thing. So if I'm a character and I'm firing this thing, so kind of in idle pose, twist like that, and then, yeah, okay, cool, it's fine. I got an idea. Character doesn't step forward to punch this forward. They just twist their body. If anything, they kind of twist the other way. Just a little bit. And then hands are going forward. This, the body, however, the leg, kind of stays back. Yep, the leg's gonna be a bit broken at the moment, but we'll fix that. This one's gonna kind of stay around there. This hand's gonna kind of go out here somewhere. Oops. Gotta twist the hand as well, because it's gonna be the lower hand. Yeah, it's the lower hand. The elbow is gonna be dropped. This is gonna be fairly forward of the character. Yeah, it looks terrible. I know. Looks like something from Attack on Titan right now. The characters are running. Don't stress though. It's fine. This is normal. Everything's fine. I promise. Alright. Oops. Then we move this across. Yep. That's perfectly okay. There's nothing wrong with this at all. It'll all come together. This poor guy. What is wrong with him? This is me after a day of work. All right. So this down here. Oh man, this is gonna look just hilarious. So it's gonna punch forward. He still needs to. He needs to lean forward, I think. The whole body kind of needs to lean forward, but this here maybe needs to lean back. This here needs to come forward. Actually, no. It is like the whole body needs to come forward. Oops. And this just needs to really just come back a bit. It also needs to twist. Oops, I didn't want to do that. So that can twist that way so the leg doesn't get all messed up, but it is messed up. And the leg can kind of come out like that, that's fine. This one kind of forward, this one can kind of knee out a bit. That is a little bit weird actually. Does kind of need to straighten up a bit, I think. I don't know, I'll have to experiment, try and find a good little sweet spot for this. That leg can kind of come up a bit as well. Can bend the character forward. Could even pull that back, I'm not too sure. I've got to drop his arm here, I think. Drop the shoulder. Yeah, I think, so the character's pushing forward. I guess they're kind of like leaning back, not leaning into it. Man, this guy's arm, I feel sorry for it. It's getting absolutely destroyed. So this can it's gonna come back further. His shoulder needs to drop, like a fair bit, I think. Oh, jeez. So that can go there. It's a little bit awkward because the character's kind of a bit of a chubby, bit chonk. So for him to try and like reach across like this doesn't really work very well, I don't think. I think this arm needs to come over to the center. It's almost like, I think the character kind of needs to be side on, because right now I'm trying to do this. I think the character needs to kind of, am I even on the camera? Kind of needs to go from here to here. So he's kind of like facing out that way a little bit, like the upper body. Maybe, I don't know. This is the fun part of animation. It's like you get up and you do it yourself and it looks weird. And hope that nobody's looking at you. Here I am doing it on a video for as many people to see as possible. And most people probably won't see this for another couple of years, provided that the game actually sells and does well. So what did I do with his arm? I think I've twisted his arm the complete wrong way. I have. Oop. There we go, that's sort of what I want. But I also need it to come across here to the center. His elbow needs to kind of go up, I guess. I know shoulder needs to drop. That's part of this. Shoulder needs to drop. Arm needs to come over to here a bit. Hand needs to come up and forward. This one needs to come across and down somehow without breaking his arm. Almost needs to come across a little bit further there. Yeah, I can't break it too much. It's gonna go a little bit crazy otherwise. I kind of do want to lean the character back though. Like, gotta like kind of show that there is quite a bit of force behind this, and it's like pushing the character's upper body back. Right, I'm gonna drop this elbow on this arm because it looks a bit ridiculous. He's facing the complete wrong way here, and it looks so stupid, but we'll fix it up. We'll try to fix it up anyway. I could also, here's the other thing I completely forgot to do, is rotate the body like this, just a bit forward. Also move the body backwards a little bit, like it's just kind of pushed him back a bit. I actually might not do that. I'll make it go like back and then forward again. I need to twist the body here somewhere. I think just need to select all of that. Not like that. Oh, okay, it's a little bit extreme. I think I just need to twist it like that. But then that arm's in a weird spot. Damn it. Why can't my little metal head just not be so chubby? It's kind of making this whole thing difficult. It's not even that, it's just the way I've set it up. He's like his whole skeletal structure is a little bit weird. I will make do with what I've got though, because that's all I can do. Alright, his arm is in a bit of a strange spot, but that's fine. For now. His hand still needs to come across, but then it needs to kind of, oh man, it's disjoining itself. Is this gonna have to come across here? I think it's gonna have to like, yeah, I'm gonna have to do some weird stuff with this character's shoulder. Like roll it forward. There we go. Same goes for this. Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted. Like, the character's really pushing their arms forward, so I guess that makes more sense. Go. Whoa, what's going on here? What the heck is going on with his hand? I didn't twist it like that, did I? Buddy, what's going on with your hand here? It's facing the wrong way. Have I flipped it at some point? What's going on there? Okay. Alright, that's a bit weird. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to rotate it again. Maybe it was just like that. That's just unfortunately just... Oh man, that is terrible. What the heck? There is a way to reset the rotation of... that... What the... What? No! That's not normal. Alright, so... Oh, thinks he's so pretty. So this... hand. Oh. What, I can't rotate it now? Oh, you're kidding me. Alright, I guess not. Well, this elbow is going to have to drop. This is going to have to twist. Has to do this. Unfortunately. So his little wrist is gonna look a bit funny. Probably not too bad from the side though. Like we're not really gonna notice it. Although we are gonna notice this weirdness that's going on here. Drop the elbow on that, so he's got a straight arm. This one, just like that. This one is kind of pushed forward a bit. I can push this one a bit forward actually. Let's do that. Oops. What's that going to do? That's going to twist that. I don't want that to happen. Drop that shoulder a bit. That way I can kind of straighten it out. Straighten the arm out a bit more. This one. I just got to come across still. What's it look like from the front? Yeah, he's completely looking and aiming in the wrong direction. Rotate. It looks terrible now, guys. I know, but it all comes together eventually. If you guys are watching the last stream, you'll see that is exactly what happened. The animations do eventually, you know, they find a good little spot. I don't know what I'm saying. they eventually look good. Words. All right. That might be okay. It looks terrible from the front. Like it looks like he just doesn't have shoulders anymore. It's probably not ideal, but we'll see if I can fix it up. No, that's not gonna fix it up. Maybe a bit of that. Bit of not having these clipped together. It's a tough one. I thought this would be a lot easier. I guess the only way I could really do it is to kind of angle. Yeah, actually I could do this. Oh no. That's kind of the angle that my arms are when I do this. It's sort of, this wrist is a little bit like, you can see it kind of goes up that way and then the hand goes straight up. And this one is just, the arm is just very, very straight and the wrist is kind of in line with it. Although, yeah, I guess I don't need to bend that one so much. So I could even probably just drop this down, flare the elbow out. Oh, and then his wrist breaks. It's a bit weird. I don't know why the wrist is twisting so horribly. Anyway, I guess I could just twist it a little bit and then just kind of open his hands up. That might solve the issues. Same goes for this, just open the hands up. It does have to be like a punch forward. It can't just be like a little movement forward. It has to actually push the beam forward. Otherwise, I think it'll just look a bit dumb. It's not great. It's not a great thing to run into this early, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. Yeah, the elbow there is a little bit funny. Shoulder's a bit funny. Everything's a bit funny. Whatever. We'll sort it out. Alright. Maybe I can do that with that. Wait, what the heck? Has this been playing other music? Why is this playing other music again? Spotify, stop. The hell? Alright, I've got to stop Spotify because it likes to just randomly play other music even though I'm playing Andy Gillian's album. Freaking heck. Anyway, I'll play other music for you guys from Andy's Never After album instead, so at least I know that won't play random stuff on Spotify. So I don't want to get any copyright strikes on the channel. Twist that arm a little bit, twist this arm. down a bit, you know, break his wrist a bit more. Looks kind of silly, but I've also got to remember that, you know, characters aren't really going to get seen from, like, you know, this is all going to happen very quickly. It's going to be very bright and glowy. People aren't going to be like, oh my god, look at the wrists, they're all folded and weird looking. You guys might, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Oh man. Let's move that a bit. Actually, that gives me an idea. Alright, I'm gonna lock those in before I mess something up here. It ain't great, but for now it's okay, I suppose. I don't want the head to tilt back like that. I want the head to be kind of forward, you know, focused on the target. The legs, I could even like kick the legs forward. You know, they do that in the anime kind of thing. They have like the legs kind of like Chaozu. I don't know if you guys have watched Dragon Ball Z, but Chaozu kind of does the legs forward and it looks kind of like funny and cute. What the heck is going on with this guy's leg? Ah, the knees. Knees are trying to invert. So I could kind of do that kind of thing, like where the legs are just like splayed out. I just think that kind of looks a bit dumb though. I don't know, what do you guys reckon? If anyone's watching, what do you think? I don't think anyone's actually watching. Talking to myself. Hell yeah. Story of my life. I could just kind of just do that. Nah, I think I'm just gonna stick to what I was doing before. Just leave it as is. The legs back. So boom. But what I would do is bring the leg forward a little bit. Like that. And that looks kind of shit. I don't like that. Because it looks crap. That doesn't look good at all. Alright. No. This is where I've got to kind of play around and just work out what I like the look of. I'm not going to worry about those animations just yet because I do have to move the entire body. I really just need to set this end pose. I think that'll do for the end pose though. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to bring the body back. So I'm going to set the location and push forward. I could maybe even move that there so then it moves out and then bam. Nope. Nope. Could probably even move this further back if I wanted to. Yeah, might do that. And then with the legs, can delete this. I could even kind of kick him forward a bit. Just does some weird stuff here. It just kind of folds up and then it just kind of twists, just rotates on the spot. So I think I need to rotate this leg already. I'll rotate the knee facing early on. Same with that one. This here, however, that's a bit crap. I don't like that. I feel like this leg needs to drop down, or both the legs need to drop down. It's probably going to be like really jerky though. And then it needs to feel like a punch forward. Like it doesn't really feel like a punch forward right now. So what I can do is maybe, just maybe. So it punches from pretty much here to here. So I can move that back. So it's just like bam. That feels a bit forced. Perhaps I'll just speed up the animation. I think that'll do. I don't want to waste too much time on just this. Although, the character's head is very static. So I might just change that so it's not so static. Yeah, it looks a little bit better. It's not great, but it does look better. Wait, where the heck is the rest of this character's hair? Normally got hair down here, I think. Maybe not. Alright, so the character is at that point now. So they punch forward. So even from here, that's, you know, it's not too bad. So now I can just fix up a couple little things. So here, for example, I'm going to move the arm sort of back a bit, I think. And just kind of and down. Location, rotation, and then it punches forward. There'll probably be more punch in this animation then. So like even this part here. Same goes for this. This hand just kind of is just like floating around. I need it to still be like over on the ball over here. I also need the hands, or the fingers, to be folded back to where they were. So maybe that, maybe that. I don't know how this is gonna really work in the game, but we'll see. See what happens. Location and rotation. And bam. Yeah, it kind of looks like, it doesn't look too bad, I guess. I think with this hand here though, it needs to be kind of like scooped up under it. elbow, that's kind of fine where it is actually. But the fingers, yeah, no, the fingers are fine. Oops. Yeah. Anyway, it's okay for now. And then that will be the end pose for all of it. Right, so that has 11 keyframes. Oh, not that that matters. Alright, next thing is the beam idle attack. So that's like while the beam is being fired. Beam attack idle. And so what I'm thinking with this animation is it's like the character has done their beam attack and they're kind of like shaking, like this thing is really powerful. The hands are kind of like a bit all over the place, I could just make it like that and nobody would really notice. But I think those little nuanced animations, it adds up and it makes it all look even fancier. For those who actually notice, or for our brains that tend to notice those nuanced details subconsciously. I don't know if I like the way this hand is here. I think it kind of needs to go to this side of the ball. Let's see if that works any better. So it's like pushing it forward. So let's just go 16. Yeah, that'll do. All right. Oh no, this is a beam idle. Derp. Whatever. Select all those, transition that back over to beam start, delete, actually just override it. Yeah, alright, that's overridden. Now we go to beam idle. We're going to get rid of that stuff. Oh, actually, no, we're not. Silly. Going to get rid of everything except for that. And this will be basically the character's just kind of holding this pose the entire time. So I could literally make this one about 60 frames per second, or 60 frames, keyframes. By the way, I'm super tired today, guys, so please bear with me. So all I need to do with this really is just kind of, well, it's gonna have the same start and end points because it's a looped animation, so it's gonna be doing the same thing over and over and over again. Problem is, if I set this frame here at the end to something that's different to the start, what will happen? I'll show you. So if I went like this, for example, it would play and then snap, and that would happen at the the end of every loop. So they have to be the same at the end as they are at the start, so that there is literally no snapping, no weird jerking of animations. So what I can do here is literally just, don't have to do much with this animation, I don't think. Kind of like bring the legs up a little bit and just kind of flap them around. So at first they're just going to be kind of like hovering like that. The entire body, well, at least this part can kind of rock back and forward even. The arms kind of have to stay in place for the time being though. Actually, that looks a bit dumb, so I'm just gonna make it a... Yeah. And just a little bit more there. Just add these little keyframes in just at random spots. No, that's so stupid. Now these hands will move as well, like they don't have to stay locked in that position. Because they're going to be just shaking around, I guess. I'm not going to shake them around yet until I work out their main, like the larger movements of the hands, like when they move with the body, for example. If I do that, I can just move that somewhere there. Yeah, now you'll see that the animation kind of like goes forward and then slows down, then stops, and then it's kind of this weird, like very disjointed thing. It doesn't feel very smooth. I'm trying to eliminate that. It's smoother when you remove the frame here, so it doesn't do like an additional frame that it doesn't need to. Because the next frame after frame 59 is going to be 60, and 60 is the same as 0, so there's no point in it going 59, 60, 0, which is doing 2 keyframes for the exact same animation. Which creates like a little pause that you can kind of see sometimes. Yeah, you can kind of see it like stops there. Kind of goes, stops, stops, and then like starts again. It's not a big deal, but it can be. It's likely due to this. Like you probably notice it more now. Yeah, it's going to pull forward. If I move that a bit, it's less noticeable. Maybe if I move it forward 1 frame, it's once again less noticeable. Move forward another frame. Another frame. Now it's a little bit too pronounced. That's fine. Look, I'm looking at very small, minute details here that I don't need to worry about that much. Alright, oh man. I am so tired. This always happens when I do a live stream, and it could be the key light that I've got on. Makes my eyes like really strained, I guess. So therefore I feel tired. Yeah. The hands, I think. Next. I think the rest of it's fine. Like I can kind of just leave this. I don't want to spend too much time on this because I can get a rough idea and then change it later and update it later and re-import it to Unreal Engine 4. But for the time being, I can kind of move the hands a little bit, no matter where they are. Kind of just creates a little bit of instability in the character's hands, or the illusion of instability. Yeah, see how it's like dipping? It like gets the end of the animation, then it kind of like dips into the next part of it. what I can do, I might be able to just kind of move everything forward a bit, including this. I can make that like a 54. Oops. Yeah, 54. Nah, that makes it worse. God damn. Oops. Could also because there's more because there's more animation at the start than there is at the end. The end kind of like just has this like smooth transition backwards. What the heck? I think my cat wants to get in here. Hang on a second. No kitten. Nope. The cat does not want to get in here. Alright. Yeah, I don't want the hand to pull up like that. So I think I just need to move that one up. Maybe just out a bit. Just a very small, subtle animation. But yeah, I just don't like that little pause. So what I'll do, I'll make that go there. I'll change this to 58. I also don't want that kick right at the start. It's not the best, but it will do for the time being. So I'll just do the handshake thing now, where the hand kind of just vibrates a little bit. Not much, just enough. That's a little bit too much. Let's just make that there. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of instability in the top hand. So now I'll do the same with the bottom. This is where it's really damn slow, guys. Really, really slow. And tedious. And boring. I mean, doing this kind of stuff for a live stream isn't exactly the most thrilling thing in the world. But I did want to have this on the Steam page. Just so anybody who's sort of looking at buying the game, they can see that it is being developed live. And it may just help them kind of make a decision. Because I understand what it's like with early access. Like, you see a lot of games, or you buy a game and they stop working on it, or you just don't know what the heck's going on because the developer doesn't do any news posts or anything for a while. This guy. So yeah, I just want to make my presence a bit more well known on the Steam page, just to give some confidence to you guys. because yeah, I did go quiet for a while. I was working though. I was definitely absolutely working on the game. Yeah, I think this is good. Like, this is, you know, the character's kind of got the little beam, he's firing it. It doesn't need to be super shaky, because the beam is going to be this big large thing. So I think for the time being that's okay. So I'm happy with that animation. What the heck's going on here? Nothing. Alright, that's fine. The next animation will be... Actually, I won't worry about it. There is another animation where the character like pulses forward, like they push more, I guess, power into the beam. I think this is fine for now. So we're going to jump over into, we're going to export these animations now. There's not too many of them. So I don't know what animations I actually put over into Unreal Engine 4 here. Let's have a look. You guys can't see this, it's on another screen. But oh my god, I'm tired. I did stay up till 2 o'clock. So that wasn't smart. I thought, oh, I'll go to bed early, I won't do any more work. Well, I'm doing it for you guys. And for myself, of course. I am looking for... animations. Character animations. Yes, MBZ. Yeah, here we go. What have I got so far? MBZ, fast, slow, upright, charge, forward charge, beam prepare. Alright, so I've got a beam prepare attack already, but I like this one more. Alright, so I'm going to go to beam start. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to go to beam charge start. Yeah, so that has 20 frames of animation. There is a better way of exporting these guys, but I'm just gonna do it a different way. Export that. Go to anims. Where the heck? Oh. My nose is itchy. Oh, what's going on there? Alright, we've got babe. Oh god, I'm sorry guys. It's terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. I'm yawning so much. Beam prepare. I think, what do I call it? Okay, beam attack charge start. I'll just use that. Beam attack charge start. Set this to animation so that it's getting the right thing and exporting it. Then I will get the beam charge up, which is this one, and we're going to get 180 frames of animation for that one because there's more. I think there is an export setting where I can just kind of export only, yeah, 4 start and end keys. Oh god, game. I think always add a keyframe at start and end of actions for animated channels. I don't know. I'll just leave it as is, to be honest. So this charge up. And I'm going to export that one. And now I will export the beam attack. What have we got here? Start. Yeah. That's what, 11 frames? 11 frames of animation for that. Export. And we're going to call that beam attack start. Maybe start fire. No, I'll just call it. Yeah, start fire. Or start shoot. Maybe. Start shot. It's important to name these things appropriately. I'll also name this start shot. And now I'll go to start idle, which is the one that we just did. That has, now it's got 59 frames of animation, but we want to go to 58 when we're replaying it. So when we do this, it shouldn't be as noticeable a loop. So we're going to go to this. I'll just go shoot, shot idle. Call it that. Gonna go to this, and we're gonna call it shot idle. There we go. All right. Now we can go over into Unreal Engine. I'm just gonna check the chat for a second. Anyone saying anything? Nope. Nobody loves me. That's fine. Now I've got a lot of tabs open up the top here. I guess I should. I'm just going to import the animations for a second, but I do want you guys to see what I'm doing. I want you to kind of see me moving to the other screen. I just don't know how to do that. It used to automatically move, but now it doesn't. Anyway, there used to be a way of doing it, and there probably still is. I'm just a noob. Alright, I'm just gonna move this over here. You guys can see what I can see then. I really should just make a folder. Yeah, MBZ. All of the MBZ animations I've already done can go into here. There we go. MBZ blend space. I'll explain what a blend space is in a moment. Move that in there. Alright, this is what a blend space is. So it looks at a value, such as in this case the speed of the character, and it transitions seamlessly in between animations. So for example, character is moving at 0 speed, it just does the hovering, the idle animation. As the character moves forward, or as the character is building up speed, you can see they're transitioning to this animation here, this little point. I don't know if you can see my mouse cursor, but yeah, this one here. So it moves from this green bit here is where I'm like dragging the animation, by the way, or dragging the value of speed, and you can kind of see that in a little white box underneath. It's at like 11 speed right now. But yeah, as I move the speed up, it's going from this animation to this animation. So it's going transitions, and then we go from this animation to this animation when we're going really fast. And then when we're about to charge into a player, that's when we go into this animation. Alright. I haven't set it up properly yet though. I haven't really touched this just yet, but that's what a blend space is. Just nice, smooth, seamless transitions between animations. And I can control how quickly it interpolates between the two if I wanted to. So that's like this stuff over here, the interpolation time. If I made that like 5, right, it would take so long to get to this animation. So 5 seconds to get to the next animation. If I made it 0, it will literally go very, like, it's linear. It doesn't smoothly, like, it'll still smoothly transition to the animation, but if there were any sudden changes in the animation, it would be very snappy and jerky, right? So making it 0.25 just adds a little bit of smoothing to it without delaying the animation too much. Like if I quickly snapped it over here, obviously goes the animation real quick. If I made this 5 seconds, this is just an extreme example. Right, I'm on 0, but the character hasn't even returned back to that idle state. Now I snap all the way to the end here. It's going to take 5 seconds to get all the way over there, and 5 seconds to get back. So if the player was controlling this character, it would look really weird. It would just be very sluggish and delayed. If I make it 0, there is literally nothing. And the problem with that is what you see now is the character's like doing this weird little snapping around of animations. So I add that slight bit of delay, and it makes it less snappy. Like, it's still there, but it's far less snappy. Anyway, so that's what a blend space is. So now I need to add some animations. So I'm going to import those animations I just did. I really should make a Metal Ball Z folder in here, but I haven't because I'm an idiot. Beam prepare, I don't need that. That's already in the game. Beam startup, beam charge, shot idle, and start shot is what I need. So I'll import those, select the skeleton I've already made, which is Metalhead 01 skeleton, import all. And now I can view these animations I just did within Unreal Engine 4. And the cool thing is, if I find that the animation is too slow or too fast, I can go in here and make it slower, or make it real slow, or I can make it super fast. A lot of the animations I generally go to about 2 times speed or 3 times, because it's one thing to have a cool looking animation, but if the animation isn't snappy enough, you know, it has to kind of correlate to what the player is doing on the controller or the keyboard. You don't want the player to do an action, you know, like moving on, like they'll use the movement stick to move, and then like it takes like 2 seconds for the character to turn, because it looks stupid, and it gives the feeling of sluggishness and input delay. So they kind of have to be snappy but also look good. And you know, while this is going back and forward, this would be considered a good speed because it's very, very snappy. Even at its normal speed, it's 0.8 of a second. So yeah, we're looking at 0.4 of a second at double speed to get to that, you know, idle state. The charge up, for example, that can just be wherever it wants to be. Like, I can leave that as is. It's actually not too bad a speed already, but you'll notice like this whole animation takes 7.2 seconds, right? If I then change it to 2, it actually kind of looks a bit better. Like, it looks a bit more realistic. What do you guys think? Do you think that looks better? Anyway, I'll leave that as is. But the other thing is, like, holding that now, it's going to be like, what, 3.6 seconds, right? Before the character's fully charged. So there is a little bit of a balance there, because I would rather the player have to hold the attack for a longer period of time before it kind of explodes in their hand. So I could probably just leave it at 1, because that's fine as is. Although it does definitely look better when it's going faster. Anyway, then we got the shot idle. That can stay like that. However, I could also, once again, increase the speed of it. And now it looks like they are, you know, struggling. And considering how crazy the beam attack will be, it's perfectly fine for that to be looping at that speed. Heck, I could make it 3 times if I really wanted to. But you'll notice that there's quite an obvious loop there. I could just leave it. I might make it 1.5 seconds. There we go. There we go. All right. So that's that. And then we've got the beam start shot. And Boom. So this animation goes to 0.44 of a second. Oops, if I make that 2, it'd be 0.22 of a second. Because it's and that'll be fine for like shooting forward, but I think its default speed now I think is actually pretty good, because that's going to transition into that and then do this. Right, now the next thing is for me to keep yawning. Far out. Wow. Might have to cut the stream short from yawning so much. I'll probably put you all to sleep, if I haven't already done that. As I said, it's not meant to be an entertaining stream. Sorry guys, it is purely educational, so that you guys can see what's involved. I am trying to be a little bit, I guess, entertaining. I wouldn't call this entertaining, but just I am trying to keep talking and educating you guys with words rather than just actions on the screen. So I've got a lot of tabs open up the top here. For the sake of this, I think I should be able to just close it all down. Yeah. I'll get rid of this for testing purposes. I'll close it all down and then, yeah, I'll do that, bugger it. Bye tabs. And then I will, I've got to think for a second. And yawn. Oh, far out. My goodness. Okay, well first, I will go into the Metal Ball Z minigame. I don't want to save anything there. Last time I did that, it wasted an entire day of work, because I was trying to fix an issue that was really non-existent. Well, it was there, but it wasn't anything I did. Alright, so right now this is Metal Ball Z, sorry, not Ball Z. Let's start it up. Use the keyboard, use PlayStation controller. Oops. Anyway. Oh, you guys are probably hearing that through the microphone. I've got the audio, like the speaker turned off, so you don't hear same thing coming through these speakers. Anyway, so this is Metal Ball Z. I showed this a while back. As I said, like the camera's kind of a fair bit of a way out, so concentrating so much on those super minute animation details are probably a little bit over the top. It's making a mountain out of a molehill effectively. It's too extreme in detail for what you can actually see. However, the reason I do the animations with all those little nuanced details is just in case I decide to, do a posed shot with a cinematic camera, or maybe I later on down the track want to add like a cool little cinematic camera for players who are playing on their own. Maybe when they go to do a big shot or something like that, it like pans around the character and does like this really cool looking cinematic shot. Things like that where the animation details would actually be noticed. So I'd rather do the animations and set them up for situations that are outside of what we see in the actual minigame by default. Because you never know where else I might use the animations. Alright, so at the moment the movement is a little bit weird. Like, you're flying around and yeah, the character like turns and stuff. But you'll notice that when they turn, it's just, they kind of like face down like that. They kind of move up in a strange way. This is with the keyboard, by the way. I do intend to add mouse aiming for keyboard users. And also like shooting and attacking and that kind of thing. This is the PlayStation controller, so obviously a little bit smoother. Now, the characters can do beam attacks, but you'll notice something. Well, firstly, the beam attacks look a bit weird, the trail behind them anyway. But the character doesn't animate. They don't do anything when they shoot the beam. And if they hold down to do the... Oh, sorry, that's not a beam attack, that was an energy attack. This is the actual beam attack so far. Never mind the weird coloring. I was messing around with the look of beam attacks. This beam attack is going forever. I don't know what's going on there. But anyway, it did. That one's small. Oh, yeah, okay, no way. The longer you hold the beam attack, the further it can go. This isn't balanced or anything just yet, so don't mind any of that. There is also the ability to do a beam clash. Wonder if I can show this off. And then I'll make some kind of mini game where the players can, you know, fight and struggle to have a stronger beam. So I'm tapping B on the PlayStation controller right now to make a bigger beam, and eventually it will hit the other player and go boom. There we go. There's also the punch attack, so that does that. Well, the charge attack, sorry. And there's no animation for that, really, I don't think. Not that we can really see it. Get wrecked. Yeah. And then I can just fire a bunch of these little bolts, and they will actually chase the player, and any bolts that, you know, collide into one another, they'll actually become this giant big bolt and then do more damage. The other thing is this, you know, both the players fire bolts, they'll just kind of slam into one another. These bolts, something I want to do first, before we go ahead with the beam attack or anything else, is to change a bit of gameplay logic. We'll do something other than animation for a bit. But yeah, so what I'm going to do is open up the actual character for Metal Ball Z, which is somewhere here. I may have a break soon. I do want to have a few regular breaks. I don't want to stream the entire time and then burn out, because I want to be working the entire afternoon. Like, I normally work about 12 hours a day. Now, I used to work a bit more than that. It'd vary between 8 to 16 hours. I definitely don't want to be doing 16-hour days though. That's not healthy. It's alright when it's crunch time, but not healthy in the long run. What the hell am I looking for? Metal Ball Z, there it is. So here is the stuff that I do to control what happens with the player input, in terms of, you know, B button does this stuff, Y button does that, and so on and so forth. So the way I've set up the controls right now is not how I want to do it in the long run, I don't think, because right now I'm just going to switch to the camera. Hang on. Camera only, is that going to work? Oh my goodness. Bear with me for a second, guys. If I go to this Steam Deck, are you kidding me? Fine. Steam Deck. Stream Deck, rather. Derp. Stream Deck. Camera only. Scene. A6400. Why is that not working? That's a little bit weird. Now let's try it. Now it works. What? Alright, well, I don't know where the desktop in Sony is, but anyway. Oh, and my light's gone out. I didn't even know that the light went out. My light is failing me, I think. Or at least the plug is failing. Maybe I just keep bumping the cable. Oh, it's awful. See, it's gone out again. Bugger. It could be a cable issue. Or it's something else. Who knows? I reckon it's probably a cable issue if I bump the cables. Nope. Don't know why it just keeps turning off. But anyway, it's fixed up now. Temporarily. Anyway, so, what the hell was I about to say before I distracted myself? Oh yeah, so I do want to change the controls so that, you know, the autofocus on the camera is turned off. So that the equivalent on a controller of this button here, the square button, when you hit that, that obviously does a little pulse attack, so like little homing energy balls. That's what that would do if the player just taps. But what I want to do is when the player holds, that's when it goes into the beam attack. I'm not going to do that today because I can see that being real messy. It'll take a lot longer. Right now, the beam attack is the circle, which on Xbox controller is B, and on the keyboard is the right arrow key. But I do want to reduce the number of controls if I possibly can, especially if you're using a keyboard and mouse. You know, left and right click. You know, there's not much you can do. So I want left click to just be a you know, charge attack type thing, and right click to be beam attack maybe. I don't know yet. The game is designed for controller, not for mouse and keyboard, but it has mouse and keyboard support, so I will cater to controllers over mouse and keyboard support. So if you aren't a controller user, I am not sorry, buy a controller. And anyway, so yeah, at the moment, yeah, tapping that will do energy balls, holding that will do an energy beam. But it will be changed. The up arrow, sorry, the triangle or the Y button will eventually be a like power up thing, which I've got animations for that as well. And A is, you know, going super fast and dashing towards the other players at the moment. So that's how I've got that set up. Let's go back over to the desktop, so you can see what's going on. All right, so we're gonna fix up what's going on with the energy balls, the energy orbs. So when the player shoots them, they don't shoot, they shoot directly ahead, which isn't really ideal. I kind of want them to kind of spray out a little bit. So what I'll do is go into the rapid shot, which is this here. And when they get shot outwards, I want to where is it? There's a thing here where I can kind of shoot it in a particular direction. Where's the projectile movement? Oh, it's behind my camera. Let me just move my camera for a second, guys, if I can. See if that works. Nope. Come on, camera. You can do it. Thank you. Sort of still behind my camera. It's not the best setup. Initial speed 100. Yeah, so right now when I shoot a little bolt, it's kind of, I think it starts slow. I haven't actually done any work on Metal Ball Z in a while. It just kind of moves at the same speed the entire time, so I want it to, I wonder if I go initial speed 1000. I know this sounds ridiculous. Let's see what happens. A lot of time is spent, like, when I go back and forth between things, at least things I haven't done for a while. A lot of time is spent, like, relearning what the heck I even did in the first place. So, yeah, when I shoot this, I think it's firing out, like, really fast for, like, a brief moment, like half a second. If I made that, like, 100,000, whoops. What's that gonna do? Really just exaggerate it so I know exactly what this initial velocity does. Because I'm imagining it's just gonna shoot forward like really quickly. 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah, alright, so that's why. So what I need to do is I could make that 2,000, maybe. And initial velocity in local space. If true, the initial velocity is interpreted as being in local space upon startup. And I think it should bounce. I don't want it to bounce. Definitely don't want that. Homing acceleration, magnitude. Leave that as is. That's all good. This all works online, by the way. It took a bit to get it working, but it works. When there's lots of bolts being fired, though, that's when it gets a little bit laggy, I think. So I need to test that with 8 people and somehow try and make it run a bit better. Alright, so right now it is, you know, when it gets created, like when each one gets shot, it will wait half a second. So this is going to fire every half a second. And update the position of the closest character. So if I had 8 characters, these little bolts will go for the closest character. Which you can imagine with 8 people is going to get really chaotic, and whoever's in the middle is pretty well screwed. So it's all about positioning. Alright, so 0.5, it's going to loop. It's going to fire at, like, initially it's going to lock onto a target. Max speed is 2,000. I need it to... I could just delay this for a bit. I just want to see something. Actually, I won't even do any of that. I have to. Yeah. Get closest from array, so it's just going to fire out. Because if there's no target, it's just going to sit in the spot. I think it's just going to hover on the one spot. So it's not going to fire out. That's the issue that I'm going to run into here. I want it to kind of like fire out and then home in. I know it's... Yes, oh, that's... Yeah, so it's going to fire whichever direction I am looking. Alright, so what I can do... That's good. I want that to happen. I want this to shoot out into a random direction. Initially, so I can actually go to here, change this here. Oops. Leave the scale as is. Then the spawn transform rotation is going to get forward vector, get active forward vector, and now I think I get rotation from X. Hang on. Get rotation from X. Oops, from rotation X. No. Get aim rotation. I wonder if it even lets me do it from here. Hang on a second. Yeah, here we go. Rotation from X. That's what I'm after. Make rotation from X. My goodness. So that's going to get the forward vector of like wherever the player is facing forward. I need to then add some variance to it in the Y plane, I think. So I might actually, I'll split that. Oops. Plus, we'll see what happens here. If I go random in range and go minus 20 plus 20. Let's see what this does. I'm probably going to break this. It's I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll see. I also need to add a delay before it starts homing in too. Otherwise it's going to go straight to the target still.
1, go!
Yeah. Alright, so now, I mean, at least it's firing the rapid shot. That's the main thing. So I can do that. Doesn't need to do that stuff yet. Delay. I could delay it for half a second. So it shoots out in these random directions. I really should test it without homing actually, just to see if it just kind of goes out into different. Oh, that works. And now you got this cool looking effect. Look at that, I did a thing. And then if we both do it, then you can have this kind of weird like clashing that's happening. I did add a thing to stop players from being able to constantly fire. Did I? Oh no, I didn't. Okay, so now there is a little bit of an issue. I think I could probably just make that like 0.2. I don't need to make it 0.5. The little beam trails behind the behind these energy balls looks weird, like they're twisting. They shouldn't be twisting at all. I thought I fixed that up, but apparently not. See how like when the characters are moving, it's fine. It's like nice and smooth. When I fire these, it's like jittering. Alright, now. If we both fire, we end up with this kind of like cool little flak of things firing at once. And then if I add a third character, I'm going to hit all three of these at once. Alright, so add a third character. For some reason, they're blue. I know they're pink now. This will be interesting. Okay. Trying to hit all of these at the same time is really difficult, by the way, guys. So if I do that, you can see that it obviously goes towards the nearest. Well, it doesn't go towards the nearest player now. It's actually, if orange fires at pink and then I go near green, that's what happens. And then green does the same thing. Chases me, I go past orange, it goes for orange. Which is really cool. These guys are like, oh, I'm gonna fight. So like it is a little bit like you can't really pick on a particular character. It's like whoever you're closest to is wherever they're gonna go for. It's like these things have got a mind of its own. And then doing beam attacks. Once again, the texture for that's a little bit weird, but I can fix that. If I go into here, so I've done the rapid shot thing. That was actually fixed up pretty quickly, so I'm really happy about that. Now if I go to the beam attacks, beam attack mod, the color for this is set to yellow. Beam spline, like the start and the end of the attack are fine, but the color of this is not fine for some reason. Where was it? So if I go character color, go to that. Where are we at? Color, beam attack. You know why? Because that's a different thing. That's color. See, that's the Australian spelling of color, but everything I type anywhere, like in Word and all that kind of stuff, it's like, no, color is C-O-L-O-R. It's like, no, it's either one, depending on where you're from. So yeah, there's a lot of mix up in some of my materials, because some of them have color. As you can see, that material I created there, I've used the Australian spelling for color. Some of the materials are sort of like semi-borrowed from Unreal Engine, and they are spelt in the American spelling. So that's all good. And the beam attack, this guy, sort of all good. What the heck happened there? That's a bit weird. Why did it explode down there? It wasn't even... What? I don't know what's going on there. Beam attack, so that one's green. That's cool. This guy, that one's pink. It just exploded on himself. I don't know what's going on with that, but... And also when doing a beam attack, so if I do this again and then I get this one, I'll let go with this and then I shoot at that one, that'll kind of like cut through the other beam because it's a larger beam from green. Yeah, so there's like little features like that I'm gonna do. Like the beams won't, as I said, they're gonna be all balanced out. It's not gonna be the same as what it is currently. There's a lot of balancing that's required for something like this. Like it's like an entire game in itself, this particular mini game. So now we're talking about animations, so we're gonna get to those animations right now. So we can, you know, work out how to do these beam attacks and stuff like that, right? So what I need to open is what's called a character blueprint, or character animation blueprint. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. I need to go to Metal Ball Z. Now I think I've already got an animation blueprint for this somewhere. MBZ. Let's have a look at the actual character. Where is it? Oh, I've already got it open, that's right. That's silly of me, I thought I didn't. Let's find the animation blueprint. Oh, there it is, okay. I probably should put them all together, but yeah. Animation blueprint. So you can see that this currently is just looking at a few variables. It's not really doing much in terms of animation other than looking at the speed. So this is constantly running. When a character is spawned, like as we saw with this here, the mesh of the character, which is like the actual model with the cape and all that kind of stuff, the head, you know, the actual character, it is relying on this animation blueprint. Oops, this one is using the wrong animation blueprint. MBZ. So when I spawn this in, this will automatically start running. It will look for the character, which is here. We're going to, actually it'll look for a pawn. Now a pawn, think of it like, I don't know, a human, right? It's just just a general archetype, right? And then we're going to think of it like a person, like an actor, and they're applying for a role in a movie. And maybe it's to play as Wolverine, or maybe it is to play as the Hulk, or maybe it is to play as the Invisible Man. So what we do is we get the human, which is try get pawn owner. So it'll look for the owner of this animation, which we can see is, you know, the character that spawns in. We grab that and we go, hey, you know, let's try and cast him as a Wolverine. It's like, well, we try to cast them. If it's not the Wolverine, it fails, right? So we try to cast them as Wolverine. Well, we're in this particular minigame, and the type of character that spawns in this minigame is, you know, Metal Ball Z character. So we go, okay, well, or Wolverine in this case. So, yeah, so we find it, we go, yes, this is a Metal Ball Z character. Let's get some properties from that character, so, or variables. So we are going to check to see if the character's rocked, or if they're on the ground, to determine if they should do a running animation or a flying animation. The character speed, we'll grab the current speed of the character and we'll set it to a variable within this animation blueprint to use. And then what we'll do from there, we can have a look and see, you know, if the, well, yeah, we're just setting the speed anyway. So then we'll go into the actual animation, I guess, thing that controls, you know, what is actually happening within the animation. And right now, we've got a lot of variables here that we don't need. So I'm going to get rid of a whole bunch of them. We don't need left slap. We don't need right slap. We don't need burning or swing weapon single. We don't need knocked over. We don't need is crouched. Leg trap. Leg trap. Look at items. Left, right, look at items. We don't need half of this stuff. We don't need lean left and right, although it says in here, like I literally don't need that, I don't think. No, I don't. So yeah, we don't need a lot of this stuff. Start, jump, going up. We'll leave that stuff there because it's being used. I don't know if I actually do need that or not. Let's just see. Just gonna fly around with the keyboard. Yeah, so I haven't really done much in terms of the animation stuff for this. All I did was like make it so that the character can fly around. Once I got that working, it was like, okay, cool. I don't need to worry about anything else other than the gameplay logic behind shooting, you know, shooting the beams and that kind of stuff, and that was about it. Lean left and right. What? Where is that even being used? I don't need that. Go away. I can leave them at 0, that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine, leaving that as is. Alright. Go back to here. Lean left and right, go away. Don't need falling up or down. Landed, I can get rid of, maybe? Let's have a look. No, on ground I definitely want to keep though. Heavy front carry, almost said something else then. Might get cancelled if I do that. High fall, don't need that. On ground I do need. Character speed I do need. Speed I will set to that, and I can get rid of character speed I think at that point. Yeah, I can do that. Awesome. Alright, and we'll just have a look, make sure nothing's broken. There's a lot of going back and forward, just making sure you don't absolutely break the hell out of things as well. So. Okay, so now you can see the character's like stuck in a punch pose. And then when they stop, it just kind of, he's still stuck in a punch pose. Alright, well, we can fix that. It's possibly just, I wonder why that is actually. That's kind of strange. It's using the speed there. Using the current speed. Setting that. Let's set the default value to 0. Default of this is 0. No, it's 6.6666 something. Why? That's weird. Now we'll go to this here. Go to our animations. Metal balls here. Now you'll see inside of this, right? Inside of this animation blueprint. Oops, oh my goodness. You'll see that we've got the entry, and this entry is just like a starting point, right? It is what it sounds like. It is a flow of logic. So it's constantly, as you can see, it's been active. Like this is running right now. It's trying to determine what we are going to do. So I can actually test this here. So if I up this, character's like doing this weird thing. I can set it so it's not on the ground, and you can see he's now floating. And if I go into here, you'll see that it does a bunch of stuff within this idle run. So in here, if I go on ground, it switches the blend space that we were talking about before to a walking, like from a walking one to a airborne one. I'm going to turn that off and on. All right. And then when I up the speed, you can see this little, I'm pointing at the screen as if you guys can see it, but there's this little green dot, right? I can actually, control it in here. Move that around and you guys can see what's going on. Now the thing is, the character's moving quite fast, so I need to clamp that speed to something reasonable. The issue I've set up with my blend space is this. When the character moves in the game, they're going more than, so if we scroll across here, this really should just be the maximum thing it goes at, so 75, right? So this here, 75, that's what we should be clamping our speed to. And what I mean by clamping is like if we had 0 to 1,000 is our actual like character movement speed, like in the world it's moving at 1,000 meters a second or something like that. So clamping it to like, well, from 0 to 75 would effectively get that 0 to 1,000 and kind of translate it so that 0 is equal to 0, and 1,000 actually equals 75, and it'll, kind of try and condense that 0 to 1,000 to 0 to 75. I don't know if that made any sense whatsoever, but it's trying to translate one range to another range. You could even, theoretically, you can have the character speed as negative 50 to positive 50, and then clamp it to 0 to 1,000, and negative 50 would be 0. That's what the value of negative 50 would actually translate to go to 0. And then anyway, I'm too tired to try and explain it. I'm not going to get caught up in that. But anyway, so effectively I need to kind of clamp that value down so that it doesn't just go automatically into punching mode. Because that there is like, this should only happen when the player is charging. Alright, so I've set up my blend space wrong. So I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm going to move this so that that's the only thing that happens. And then when the player charges, which we'll set up in here, so we go A. When the player charges at another player, that's when we have the player raise their fist, right? Charge attack. So, and you'll see here, charge attack. I've got a variable already set up, so now I can actually go over into the animation blueprint. I go back out of this, and I can actually go here, set up what's called a state, and say charge. Charge. Yeah, I'll just call this charge. It's not really the best name. But anyway, or melee charge maybe. There we go. Melee charge. And then in order for me to transition to melee charge, well, I don't have a variable to, you know, tell it what to do. So I need to come in here and I need to go, hey, let's grab that variable. So we go charge, get charge attack, create a new variable in the blueprint here. We can go charge attack. Yeah, that'll do. Whatever. Do this, and we'll go into here, grab the charge attack, do this. So that is setting up a condition that needs to be met before it moves from here to here. And then within here, I can grab an animation, which is down here. We've got charge. We've got fly forward charge. This is our animation. And that animation, we want it to loop. And that's it. Now, what I can do is effectively, I could even, you know, go charge attack and it'll automatically just switch to that. But you can see when I turn it off, it doesn't return back to normal. Alright, so that's easy enough to fix. I simply create a conduit. Well, not a conduit, can't remember the terminology for it, but we'll just call it a conduit. A transition, sorry. Transition that goes back to here when charge attack is set to false. So when it's true, we go to melee charge from idle run. But what I actually do want to do is go to another thing, which is another state, and we'll call this melee attack. This will happen only very briefly. Oops. So if we go here, now with this one, we need another variable, and that variable would be to attack. I could either do that in here, but I'm actually going to do it within the character because that's the smartest thing to do. So we're charging. We need some way of identifying if we've hit the other player. So it's doing a sphere trace. You can see right here. And what a sphere trace is, it's just kind of like a sonar, I guess, in this particular case. If I turn it on, you'll see it actually. So if I go for duration, let's make it for 0.25 seconds. This is literally just searching for something within a particular spherical radius or spherical area. So as I do the attack, right now there's nothing happening, but when I do the attack, you'll see that red, like, weird looking thing pop up briefly. Alright, that's just searching for something ahead of the player. That is what I use to determine if we should be punching or not, or homing in on the character or not. So what I'll do is go in here. Oh, hello phone, what do you want? There's an email from Kotaku. Alright, so we go from here and spherical trace for a player. This really is when I should be attacking, I think. So it's going to stop the charge attack, but what I want it to do is I want it to charge punch, or I guess, yeah, I go charge punch. See, I'm changing the naming convention for things, and it's all over the place. I'm sorry. It's very confusing. Charge punch. That probably shouldn't happen there. Should it? I guess I could do it there. Like it tries to punch the other player, and then when it gets close to the other player, I guess that's when it hits them. That's in the damage graph here. So if, oh boy, I gotta remember all this now. Hit with beam, hit with beam. I don't want that. Charge attack. If we're charging, so here we go. If we're charging and we run into another player, then we'll do the punch, I think. So charge, punch maybe? Or at least we'll stop punching, actually. If we don't hit the other player though... If both players are charging at the same time, it won't knock a player out. They'll just kind of slam into one another. I'll show you that in a second. Charge, punch. And I'd need to create an animation for that as well, I think. I think that'd be kind of cool. I'd also like to have like a little melee clash where players can kind of button mash to work out, you know, who wins the melee clash or not. So charge, punch. We're going to set it to false no matter what. There's no point doing it there. I may as well just do it here instead. It's going to happen one way or another, so may as well just do it here. We'll stop punching once we actually hit the target. Now we'll go back to our input graph. I'll just check on the chat again, see if anyone is saying hello to me and I'm ignoring them like a rude bugger that I am. No, no one's saying anything, that's fine. Where am I at? So charge with a... So we're doing a charge attack there. So when we hold A, it's not always an attack, it's also a speed up, like, or a dodge type of movement. So it should only do the charge attack. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to set the charge attack to a different spot. Going to put it in here. So when there is a player nearby, that's when I'll do the charge attack. I'll also set that to false. Set that to false. And this set W notify or set with notify, that is a networking thing. So what happens is when this value gets changed on the server, it will go into here and it'll do a thing. So I could, you know, make it so whenever the value changes, it prints a message, for example. It's that simple. It also means that if somebody joins the server late, those those players will get updated with these variables, because if I didn't have this set to with notify, those players who join late, they would just see the default value, which in this case charge punch is set to false. So if somebody was punching, they would not see the update when they join the server. There's other reasons for setting values with notify as well, but it's mostly just to keep everyone in the loop, everyone on the same page effectively. I don't need that blend space there anymore, so I'll get rid of that. I will probably have a break soon. I mean, I had lunch, but I'm bloody hungry already. It's crazy. I need to have a cup of tea. Alright, so now we got charge punch. Get charge punch. And I need to make a variable for that. Get charge punch. There we go, done. Reason I'm putting it behind speed is because I'm stupid. No. It's because I'm just being pedantic, just in case, like, you know, the speed gets set first and then punches. I don't know. I actually just prefer having all of these Boolean or 1, 0 values, true, false values before anything else. So now we go charge punch in here. So we'll go back so we can see what we're doing. So we are flying around, and then the player, they hold down the A button, or the, in the case of a PlayStation controller, the X button, the cross rather. They hold that down and then they go into a faster speed. So we're not transitioning just yet, but when we get close to a player or a target, that's when we raise the fist. So then we can transition to this animation here, which is a melee charge. So let's do this in real time so you can see it. So we go into the melee charge animation then. From there, in order to transition to the melee attack, which we haven't even done yet, we go charge punch. And you can see he's T-posing because it doesn't know what the hell to do. Alright, and then there's no way back. Alright, so melee, charge punch, pop that in here. It is not a looped animation, so I need to turn this off. Definitely turn that off. Now, let's do this again. Charge attack, and punch. There you go, that's it. Simples. And then what I can do in order to get back out of that punching animation is a little bit of a trickery. So I can do it in a very forceful way, where in the character animation, so in the character input, I can set it to punch and then immediately set it to not punch. So it would like trigger the animation and then get out of the animation. Or I can set it to notify the game when the punch has ended and then return to normal. I'm trying to decide which one I want to do. I might just set this to... Oh no, actually. I've made it so when... I've already set this up, I already did this before. In the damage graph. So when we hit someone, we turn the charge punch off. Yeah, that's it. That's literally it. But the other thing is, if we don't hit somebody, I still need to have some sort of trigger to say, hey, we're going to turn this animation off. So I do actually need to jump into... What the heck? Sure. Do need to jump into here. Go to charge punch. We're going to do a little trickery. So within the animation, you can set up a little thing that basically alerts the game of when we are done with the punch. So I can set up what's called an anim notify. Oops, I'm in the wrong spot. Add notifier, new notifier, punch finished. So I can do it this way. There's other ways of doing this, but I'm going to do it this way for now, unless I think of something else. So now I can come back over to into my animation blueprint. You'll see that I've also set up this animation notify for weapon hit. I don't need that. That can go away. That's for the normal character, not this particular one. But I can search for anim notify, punch finished. There we go. So this will actually get fired when the animation finishes, and this will it will grab the character. It will set punch to whoops. It'll set charge punch. Hang on a second. Let's fix up something here. Chibi character. I'm gonna make that Metal Ball Z. No. Good God. Main character. MBZ. No. Metal. Okay. It's just called Metal Ball Z. Right. Now this will be set correctly. I'm not going to explain what happened there. It's too complicated. Now I can go charge punch, set that to false, because we've finished the animation, and what that will do is then tell this here to go back to this. Charge punch is not true or false. So now when we go here, we can do our charge attack. Oops. Let's just save this. So yeah, we're hovering, we do our charge attack, we punch somebody, and then afterwards it will automatically set to false. Also bear in mind, so we do the charge attack, turn the charge attack off, then punch, and then it will cancel and go back to normal. Yeah, I could also make it do a rule where it would return back to melee charge. So I just can't think of how to do that. I think it's a conduit maybe. So it's, no, it's not that. Maybe it is, where I can kind of go from here to here using this. And then I could go to there or there, depending on if melee charge is true or not. I can't remember. Or I could just make it so it'll go back to here if melee charge is still true. That's, see, I'm making it very complicated, aren't I? So now we go charge attack, do a punch. Oh, that's not a good idea, because now it's gonna flicker between the two. Oh, man, maybe I do need a conduit then. I don't know. What does a conduit do? I've never used a conduit actually. Conduit serves more advanced and shareable transition resource, where a transition rule is going to be a simple one-to-one relationship from one another. Have one to many, many to one, or many to many. That could play when a character is killed. You could start with a simple transition rule and say when the health of that character is less than or equal to 0. Oops. It might be what I need. I've just never used them, so I'm just gonna leave that for the time being, because this is all I need for this right now. I don't need anything too complicated. By the way, at about 6 o'clock, so in about an hour and 40 minutes, or hour and 45 minutes, hour and 46 minutes even, I will be taking a break, probably a little bit before then, just to have some dinner and freshen up and then get back into this. Let's see if anyone is in the chat. Nope, that's fine. Okay, so now what I can do is kind of test this, I think. Yeah, I'll test this. We're not really gonna see much though, that's the thing, like, oops. We're not gonna see a huge amount of anything happening. Oh, what am I doing? There we go.
3, 2, 1, go!
So when I attack now, you can see, like, it's gonna be really hard to see if the character's actually doing the animation. But if there was like a slow-mo thing, for example, which I could do, slow-mo 2.5, I think, yeah. The character kind of did a punch then and tried to punch him. So if I go even slower again, 0.2. Hang on. Boom. Like it's hard to see from this angle, I think. So he's not going to do the weird little animation thing now, because he doesn't have a target. He's not going to raise his fist because he doesn't have a target. But when I get close to this character, you can see he raised a fist, and then he punched. Yeah, okay. It happens a little bit slow actually. He hits the character and then the punches kind of happen. I'd almost need to forget about the charge in. Maybe what I'll do is go back to the character and go to what I originally had, which was to just have the charge attack happen here. And then the punch. Yeah, the punch when there's a character that's close. I think that would be ideal. So there's a delay, that's why it's not working properly. It's got to go here. As soon as it identifies another player. Let's try this one more time. If there's stuff that you guys don't understand, don't worry, it's just me talking to myself. So it's just a thing. So now when I do a charge attack, no matter where I'm aiming, it will raise the character's fist. However, it's not lowering the character's fist. Alright, so that's what I need to fix up. But at least when I attack the character, it's kind of at the right time. So I need to go to melee charge, go into here and create a transition so that if we charge and we don't hit anything, charge attack is false. So if it's not that, we do that. In the character itself, charge attack gets cancelled there anyway, one way or another. So this should actually go over here, behind this stuff. Okie dokie. Although that, no, that's actually, that was in the right spot. Oops. We'll leave that as is. Let's try this again. Get rid of that. There's a junk on my desk. So when we do, oops, that's not what I want to do. So we do a charge, the character raises their fist anyway, but there's no one there, so like it's very subtle. Like we're doing all this animation work for something that's not really going to get seen, but we do that and then the character's getting punched. Boom. I could slow it down even more if I wanted to. Go half of that speed. So when I charge here, let's see if I can do it. The camera being so far out and it just being hard to see the characters in general makes it so that these animations aren't super important. And punch. This character's just spinning out of control here. Bye, buddy. The camera's having a bit of a struggle to keep up here. Another thing I've got to fix up. So maybe I'll attack with him. Oh, that didn't really work. Bonk. Okay, something I can do as well is try clashing them. We're at half speed here. Boom. Clashed them. Nope, that didn't work. It clashed, the camera kind of shakes a little bit. Anyway, there's a lot of work for stuff that isn't really going to get noticed, but if I, as I said, if I did do like a slow-mo shot or something like that, where it kind of revolves around the character as he punches another character, it would be good to kind of see that they are actually hitting one another. It's also good to set up animations for social media. If I was to advertise the Metal Ball Z, however you want to pronounce it, Metal Ball Z minigame, you know, I'd like to have a characters like flying through the air about the punch, or maybe clashing with another character. Their fists are hitting one another, like in Dragon Ball Z. So yeah, lots of little things like that. Next thing is the beam attack. So we need to go to the beam attack. After doing all the beam animations, it only makes sense after, how long have I been streaming? Almost 3 hours. So yeah, let's try and do that. Okay. So we need to set up some variables within here. So this has got a firing beam thingo. So we set the firing beam to here. So we can charge the beam. Which says spawn the beam here. I gotta see what's going on here. So we hold down B. Comes along here. It does. Oops, didn't want to do that, but anyway. Goes to here. So it's pressed down. So we're gonna go to here. Stop the character moving. We'll spawn the ball for the beam. At that point, we need to have a thingo. Firing beam. We need to have charge beam. Charge beam, maybe. Yeah, I think that's the best thing to do. And what I can do is set up what's called an anim montage, or anim. Yeah, I'll show you that in a second. So here, I can go to the beam charge start. I think that's the one. Yeah, where it sort of goes backwards. Yeah. So I can go to this and go. I don't know if it's an anim montage or a composite. I think I just go anim composite actually. Beam attack charge. Oops. Beam attack. I don't know. Just leave it like that. And under here, I can do beam attack. Start charge up. So I can actually kind of add this in here. So now it will go from one animation to the next seamlessly, as you can see. Even though they are two separate animations, I don't have to do a variable that transitions from each one to the next. So it goes from here. I mean, theoretically, I could have just done this in one big animation, but I like to kind of separate my animations. So that's all right. Okay, cool. I can also slow this down if I wanted to. I'm not going to do that. I think it's fine how it is. So I've got this beam attack composite thing. I'm going to rename it. Beam attack power up. I don't know. I guess. And then in here, in this this here actually. We've got firing beam, we've got charge beam. So I want charge beam to be set to here. Trying to remember how things are working in this. Release beam. Releases a beam within the beam actor. Released. Alright. That's fine. Okay, so I can go to this. Charge beam. Set that to true. So now I go into the anim blueprint and we go charge beam. Charge beam. Create a variable called the same thing. And then we go into the little thing that determines what we actually do. And we will go to a state, charge beam, so long as we are charging the beam. And then we grab our charge beam attack power up, which is this. We are not looping it. We do not need to loop it, because we can only charge the beam for so long. Remember, we're going to make it so that if the player holds down the beam attack for too long, boom, it blows up in their hands or whatever. I will set that up maybe after dinner, don't know. We'll see what happens. I haven't structured this stream at all. I thought I'd just be doing animations, throwing them into Unreal Engine 4, and away we go. But we're here, we're doing whatever the heck I'm doing. I'm playing it by ear. I'm just kind of rolling with it. So tired, I don't even know what I'm saying. So charge beam, we do that, and then we need to go into here. Set this to false. Actually, no, we need to go to here. On authority, set this to false. Authority being the server when we're talking about online play. There's a lot of stuff that goes into making online play work, but I'm not making any live streams about that. That's just a nightmare. I can't even fathom how I would show that off, because I've got a laptop here, I've got a mini PC on a different monitor. I would need to have like a camera behind me or something looking at all the screens. Alright, anyway, so we've got charge beam set to false. We need to have maybe launch beam or something like that. I don't know where this charge beam actually gets used. Actually, yeah, I know where it gets. It's fine. Firing beam. Yeah, okay, so firing beam, I can use in here. It's already set up for me. Firing beam. We can do that. And I'm getting all the emails. What the hell? Firing beam. And we'll see. So firing beams there, goes there, go to a different state now. Firing or fire beam. Now this will also probably be an animation composite. So this will be start shot, I think it was. Yeah. So where the character's like and then launches forward. Alright, cool. So we're going to create an composite of this. I'm just gonna leave it named what it is, and then in here I got start shot and then I got start shot idle. This here, I think I can set that to loop indefinitely. Oh shit. Loop count. So it'll just loop and loop and loop and loop and loop. If I made that 1, it would only do 1 loop. If I made it like 20, you'll see that it loops for ages. Like way longer than a beam shot would actually go for. If I made it 0, I wonder what happens. Oh shit. 200. This will literally go for 309 seconds. Oh man, I don't think a player's going to be in a clash for that long, so I could make that like 50. 77 seconds? I'll just make it 100. Why not? Gonna loop for ages. There's a better way of doing this. I'm just doing it a really lazy way right now. So we'll go back to here, we'll go to fire beam. We're going to make this start shot composite. The naming is terrible, but that's fine. I'm not going to loop the animation there. Just gonna let it do its thing. Start position, don't worry about that. And we're gonna go firing beam, boom, done. And so, technically, so we can imagine that, you know, the characters flying along or whatever, floating in the air, and then they go charge the beam, and then fire. That's it. Simple. That's something we have to kind of do now. A little bit of a weird thing that has to happen with the actual beam, because the beam's just kind of floating out in front of the player, just for the prototype of this. So now I have to make it so that the beam ball kind of starts in the midst of the player's hands, and it kind of follows the player's hands. So this is going to be interesting to try and make that work. Oh, hang on, what am I doing? Why am I flying around like that? What have I done? What have I done? Crap. Have I broken something? That's a bit weird. Let's have a look at that again.
3, 2, 1, go!
So if I move, I get stuck in that animation. Why is that? It's a bit strange. I'm not moving, so why is it doing that? This is kind of bizarre. Movement graph. Guess I'm not really setting the movement speed, maybe. I'm not setting it properly. Current speed. Why is it not setting correctly? Oh dear. Let's have a look. I don't know why it suddenly has started doing that, or have I just not noticed it yet. I'm gonna do a printout of the character speed. Enable all messages. We'll see lots of text show up on the screen. Yeah, it just locks at 2500. What the hell? Why is it doing that? Okay, it locks to whatever the last speed thing was. Okay. Right. So, I think I know what that is. No, it's not in there. Movement graph. So what is this relying on? The current speed of the character. We go to this. Current speed. Set current speed. Here we go. So it's not being set because when I stop, it's literally just not doing anything. It's remembering the last speed of the character. So current speed. So we're not blocking the input. We're not blocking movement. Forward axis. Let's just have a look and see what's going on here. I'll just put this on the other screen. You guys won't see it, but it allows me to debug what's going on. Don't need the messages on the screen now. Turn that off. Go off the screen here, bring up my character.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, right, okay. I see now. Simple. That could actually be the cause of a lot of problems. I just haven't noticed it before. Like characters running on their own, for example. I might fix it up while I can see this. Let's see if I can do that now. Characters, main character. Go into the input. Movement graph, maybe. Current speed. Set current speed. It's not what I want to go to at all. Set current speed, set current speed, set current speed. Oh no, I've set it up correctly everywhere else. Alright, never mind. It's just on that character. Maybe the board game character is needing it. I just know that it, you know, for keyboard players, it messes up. Yeah, look at this mess. My goodness. Current speed. Current speed. If it's blocked or whatever, set the current speed. If it is blocked. Bloody hell. I'm gonna have to have a look at that another time, but I know that me saying that means I'm gonna forget. So ideally, sorry, I'm just trying to bug fix at the moment because I know there is a bug where, you know, if you, especially if you're using a keyboard, the game tends to lock you in to a particular speed of, like, a velocity. Actually, maybe I don't know, maybe I already fixed that for this update. I can't remember. Fix a lot of things for the next update, actually. Alright, so where were we? Oh yeah, the current speed wasn't being set, so it should be good now, because I think I have fixed that up. Current speed, is this it? No. It's over here, on this screen. Yeah, so I'm just going to set it to whatever it is now. And so that should fix the issue of being stuck at a speed of 2500.
3, 2, 1, go!
Although, yeah, I need to clamp it though. So now in here. Whatever that current speed is, clamp, map range clamped. Oops. Just want a normal clamp. Clamp float 0 to 100. So whatever value gets fed into here, it will clamp it between 0 and 100. So even if I feed 10 million into that, the maximum it will be is 100.
Three, two, one, go!
If I use a controller, I could do like really small fine-tune movements as well. Yeah. Now, oops. So that we saw the animation, but it kind of like fired straight away. It was meant to hold the animation first, but it just kind of just went, let's fire this. So let's have a look and see what's going on for that to happen. So the first thing we're doing is going, hey, are we charging the beam? We're charging a beam. It should sit there and do that. And then it should go firing the beam afterwards. So it's setting it to true. So what was happening here was we are holding B, we go along to here, we've got, oh, of course, so charge beam, firing beam are being set to true. That's what's going on. If is there anywhere else that firing beam is being set? No, it's being set to false there. Let's just go. We can change that to charging beam, maybe. I'm doing this a really bad way as well. There is another way I can do this called, well, using a variable called an enum, which think of it like a state, and you can only be in one of those states at a time. You can't be charging a beam while, I don't know, punching at the same time, because that's the problem with this. If I have, you know, I could have cancel beam set to true at the same time as charging beam. So there's a lot of potential for conflict happening. So if I wanted to fix this up, I could right now, and I might. I'm just trying to think how I will go about doing it. If I go into how am I going to do this? I'll go into the Metal Ball Z minigame game mode here. I will create this enumeration or enum. I'll go attack state, or just Metal Ball Z character state. So we've got idle. Just gonna make a bunch because I know there's quite a few. Idle, melee charge, melee punch, beam start, beam charge, beam shoot. Actually, yeah, beam shoot. Then we've got quick shot and rapid shot. That's another one. And we probably don't even need, oh yeah, power up. And then I think power up overload. Could even go power up start, but I'm not gonna worry about that. But basically, now that I've created this little enum thing, I could go in here, MBZ character state, call it whatever I want really, but MBZ, if I look at this, now we drag this in, we can actually set this to any of these things, and we can't have anything overlapping then. And so whenever I go into the animation thing here, this will only, it'll, like, I can't have charge beam and charge attack at the same time, for example. Not that it matters, because if I had charge beam triggered first, it would go here, and charge attack could be set to true. Like if I go charge beam, for example, it'll do that. Now I can go charge attack. It's not going to jump over to melee charge, for example. But it makes things neater to not have a whole bunch of those true-false variables. I might worry about that later. It's a logic thing, not an animation thing for you guys to see. So, I mean, it is kind of an animation thing, but anyway. For now, unless this gets really annoying to deal with, we'll just leave it as is. Charging attack. So we've got it's setting charging beam. I gotta go back in here. So charge beam is based off charge beam. Yeah, cool. And then we've got charging beam is set to firing beam. Oh god. I need to change this wording. So yeah, charging beam is firing beam, so fire out. Now I need to find out where else this is being used. It's being used to cancel the beam attack. Pretty much that's all it's being used for. It's to determine if we can cancel the attack. And it's not being used there. It is being used here to determine if we are like rotating or not. So what I can do is make this charge beam. I can replace all of the other things. Oh man, maybe I can rename it. I'm gonna undo that, and I will call it charging beam. This here I'll actually call something else. That I'll call firing beam. God, I'm really making a meal of this. This is just messy as hell. Firing beam will be, well, it'll be set to true, I guess. Because when, alright, so ideally I want it so when charging beam, the player's hands come back. And they do the whole, you know, thingo where it expands in the hands. And then firing beam is when we let go of the button to shoot. So we want that to be true. But we also want charging beam to also be true, I guess. This is why it's much better to use one of these, because we basically go from beam charging to beam shooting. We can't have both. There's less variables to think about. It's simple logic, but when you've got so much of this stuff going on and you have to remember it all, sometimes logic goes out the window. That's a typical thing with IT nerds. Is that we, or just creatives in general who do this kind of stuff, we make simple things ridiculously complicated. Not because we want to, it's just because that's how our brain works sometimes. It defaults to making things complicated when they don't need to be. So, I'm just gonna move this rapid shot so I don't keep clicking it and get rid of it actually. Alright, so charging beam. Oh yeah, I need to go over into here and change firing beam to actually that, and charging beam to that. And then in here I need to change that to charge beam, that's fine. Charge beam and firing beam, that's fine as well. So we go charge beam, boom, and then fire beam. What the heck? What are you doing? Well, that didn't do anything, it just kind of go to there, go to there. What? Why did it do that? It should be doing the whole composite thing. Don't know why it's not doing it. Kind of stops halfway through for some reason. That is very bizarre. A little bit frustrating actually. It's firing beam. Is it because it cancels this maybe? I don't know. It shouldn't have anything to do with that. Release beam will go in here and it'll say released. I do not know, actually. That's kind of strange. But when the beam attack gets cancelled, we will go in here. Firing beam cancelled. Charging beam cancelled. And we'll go back into our animation thingo. Go to that. And we'll go to firing beam. Oops, not. Do that instead. And this one here, firing beam. So it'll go charging beam, charges up, firing beam goes into here, does a little loop for a long time. And then we will obviously go back to this idle run state, or the floating state really, when it is not firing the beam anymore. I'm going to change this default value of this, by the way, to off. So it's always floating until it's not. Let's just try this. We'll see how it goes.
Three, two, one, go!
So hold down B. Yep. And then when I fire, yeah, so that it is working, all right. But the only thing is now that that ball is huge. It's massive. It's bloody big. Bloody huge, mate. All right, never mind me. Just losing my mind over here. Okay. I need to get the character in the scene here. I'm gonna rotate it. I'm gonna go beam. No, not that. Don't want that. Beam. Actually, I do want that. Maybe. Initial position 0.5. That's fine. Yeah, okay, so now I need to get this here. Move that to the side so I can drag it in. I'm just gonna check the size of this thing because it spawns in quite freaking large, like it's huge. Straight off the bat. and it charges up really quickly. Kind of needs to expand with the character's hands. Right now, like, the size of that is massive. Like, that's, the scale is 0.25 by default. Why is that? That's kind of weird. Anyway, so scale is 0.25 by default. If I make that 0.05, it's probably more like what it needs to be, but I also need to set the position for this thing so that it actually spawns in the right spot. And then over time it needs to get to about 0.25. Or maybe even 0.5. Oh no, that's huge. 0.3? 0.3 is probably the maximum it will end up being. Oh jeez, 0.05 there. Alright, let's open this. Check the default size. What do we say it was? 0.25. Well, it needs to be a little bit less than that. Where is it? Capital? Yeah, so that needs to be 0.05. Needs to be a little bit tiny. And then when we are starting the attack, it needs to kind of go along with the charge up time. So there's a few ways I can go about it. I can make it so that the game looks at how long the character or the player has been holding the B button for, and clamp a value in between. We'll use that within a clamp value to determine the size of the ball, and the ball would go between 0.05 and 0.3, possibly, or 0.25 even, in its scale. Because right now, like, it gets created in here. So the player hits B, the hand goes back, this little ball, it spawns in, like the actual size of the ball is 1, like in world space. World space is, I won't get into it, but anyway, it's at its normal size, but the orb within this character is 0.05 in its size. Now when it gets created, it comes along here, and over time, add local rotation, set relative scale 3D. So it's looking at the beam size and setting the scale based off that. So I really need to set some kind of clamp here. And I wonder if I can go clamp vector size maybe? 0.25. Yeah. Or I mean, I can do it another way. I can literally just go in here and clamp this value here, 0.25. Well, between 0.05 and 0.25. I can also map it actually. If I go clamp this value. So for example, if I made that like 0 to 200, and then this would be like 0 to 0.05 to 0.25, 0.05 to 0.25, and 0 here. So let's say for example we get an input of 0, which is the minimum that the range, like range A can be. It would translate to 0.05 because that is the minimum that the output range can be. So the input range, the minimum can be 0, output range can be 0.05. So if it feeds in 0, it will output 0. Does that hopefully make sense? If it fed in 200, it would output 0.25. If it fed in somewhere in between that, it would be somewhere in between these two values as the output, which is this here. So the real beam size, I'll leave it as is for the time being, and I'll see what happens. I also need to obviously move the beam to be in the player's hands. And yes, that is the character I just left in the level.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, and you'll see the beam, it doesn't get any bigger than that now, which is good. But the character kind of obviously, whoa, it's a giant beam of death. Right. I will be working on the visuals for these beams, by the way. They look like absolute trash at the moment, but that's okay for the purposes of what I'm doing, so I don't mind at all. Now, real beam size, I need to figure out what this really goes up to. So real beam size is 0.5. Where's the real beam size being set in the first place? Here. Nope. Oh no, it's just adding to the real beam size. So the default value is 0.15. It just keeps adding and adding and adding and adding. So, how quickly does it reach its maximum? Print string. Let's find out how quickly it is hitting the maximum. It's already hit its maximum. Like it hits it immediately. Alright. That's kind of crazy. So I need to make this real beam size less than that. It needs to be 0.05, I guess. Yeah. But it's adding 0.005 every 0.01 seconds as well. So if I got that and just trying to think, that would be 0.01. So basically every so it's doing 0.5 every second. Don't know why I had to get the calculator out for that. So this almost needs to be 0.0005. In fact, it's probably needing to be less.
3, 2, 1,
like a lot less. I know it's, you can see it kind of building up there over time, and then boom. But that beam is miniature, like it's friggin' tiny. And then when I release the beam, I think that's when it just needs to like grab this value, whatever that value is, multiply it by 10 or something. So I could possibly do that now actually. If I get this, where did I set this? When I release it, beam size times by 10. And that will be the actual release size. There we go. Well, once again, I'll be improving the visuals so it won't look so shitty. And that didn't really increase the beam size much at all. Maybe by 100. Oh shit, what did I do there? Oh.
3, 2, 1, go!
So that should be at its maximum now. Yeah, it's still tiny. Something's wrong with that. Because release beam on all. Where are we? Real beam size. Maybe I'll just make it ridiculously high just to see if something's breaking here. Sometimes you gotta break the game in order to fix it. Of course you do. And sometimes you gotta break the game in order to find the problems, or find other problems Yeah, because it's just not changing. That ball should be significantly larger than that. Like, way bigger. It's just not doing anything. Real beam size. Like, whatever beam size is being fed through it, it's not really working. Because it's building up here, it's, you know, obviously getting larger, and then you let go, and when you let go, it releases a beam. It was remembering the real beam size, so that would be whatever the heck value this ends up being. I'll have to maybe have a look and see, because it could be like, I need to add like 3 more zeros here. I don't know, it looks like it's clamping it to a very small value of 2. I think that's as small as I can go.
1, go!
Yeah, it's just not doing what I want it to do. So it fires, comes through here. Detach. Remote. Beam max distance. Real beam size if it's over 1. Whatever. Real beam size. Start 1. Yeah, release the beam. It does that, but it's also coming along here. Doing this, it's setting the beam size here. Let's find out how big this beam is actually. Like how big the beam is. Let's just find that out. When I shoot this, falling asleep. By the way, if I don't see the chat, if anyone's in the chat right now, I will check it very, very shortly.
2, 1,
I apologize.
go!
So 0. Yeah, it's not even increasing the beam size at all. Wait, what? What did it say the beam size was? Like 0.29 or something? Don't know. So I turned that off. Yet it's still showing that. I don't want that. Oh, I know why. Derp. Is it just because of this? Yeah, you know what? That's all it is. Real beam size, sums that by whatever. Make it 100. Set to the real beam size. Oops. Set real beam size. This. That way it's being set before it gets to here. Maybe it was just, I don't know. Maybe it was setting after the fact because it had to go through this event. Like it got to here, but the time the processor on the computer takes to get from here to here, it got here to here quicker. And considering it was feeding in this value, it might have been feeding in a really low value. So I think that's all it was doing.
Three, two, one, go!
Oh my goodness. Well, there's a beam attack. My goodness. I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop that. I don't want to trigger anyone's epilepsy. I am terribly sorry if anyone was watching that and that did trigger them. I really hope it didn't. Anyway, but yeah, that was all that was happening. It was just not triggered properly, so I can make that maybe size 10 bigger. I don't think 100 times bigger is necessary. I think 10 times is fine. Now, I need to get rid of that text that was constantly firing off. I don't know where that print string was from. It's really annoying though. Does it happen in here? That's where it happens. There we go. Alright, so now I can fire this. And you gotta remember, like, the stuff that you see on the screen is really just a representation. Like, in terms of visuals, it's just a prototype at this stage. And you'd be surprised how quickly I can go from a prototype to a polished thing. So once I get all the general gameplay mechanics like down pat, oh man, that's ridiculous. Once I get that all sorted, it's generally pretty fine. Everything's generally pretty good after that point. That is a massive energy beam. So I don't know why it is flipping gigantic. If I fire that, it's just tiny, right? Oh, the character's stuck in that animation, by the way. If I charge it, it's slightly bigger, but then I multiply it by 10 and it's like, whoa, hang on, that's huge. Maybe just multiply it by 2, I don't know. Seems a bit strange that it's not working the way I want it to.
3, 2, 1, go!
I mean, I guess that kind of worked a little bit. I get that, and I get this. And I'll feed that in there. Well, I don't have to do that. I'll feed that there. Let's try this instead. There's a lot of interesting particle effects and stuff that I want to do for this. It's going to be quite difficult, but we'll see what I can do. Alright. Okay, kind of works. It looks like it's firing multiple beams at once though. I think that's what's happening. Like if I go to this here, I'm just curious. Print string. Beam size, I guess I can go to. Looks like it's firing 2 beams at once. I don't know what's up with that. I use the controller this time.
Three, two, one, go!
Oh, helps if I actually enable the input on the screen. Yeah, it's firing 2 beams at once. What the hell? Why is it doing that? That is really bizarre. There's no reason it should be doing that. Alright, we'll go in here. Firing beam. Oh, maybe it is because I don't know why it's done that. Shouldn't be creating two of them at once. I don't know. I really don't understand. I'm gonna put this on the other screen. I'm gonna do a little test. See why it might be doing this.
3, 2, 1, go!
It seemed to only do one, but then so bizarre. What if I go to this print string, create beam? Oh, that could be why. Wait, well, it shouldn't be doing that. Play standalone. And this is where a lot of time gets kind of thrown away. 'Cause it's a lot of just tedious, boring, annoying stuff that I have to try and keep track of. So fires to enable screen. Create beam. Creates one beam. But for some reason it's firing two. What? How? I don't. Ah! And the other thing is I can't exactly like go to the forums and be like, hey, somebody help me with this. My code sucks. Somebody help me. I mean, I could, but I'd have to basically give somebody the code. They can go through it and have a look at it. I'm not doing that. I'm not giving anyone the code. I'd literally have to give them the entire like game files and everything. I can't just give them a snippet and say, hey, try this. Doesn't work. Because this is an entire project. I don't know why it's doing what it's doing. It could be due to this weird scaling thing, maybe. So it comes through here, charges up the beam. Should have nothing to do with that. I don't get that at all. It's bizarre, to say the least. Come through here. Release beam on all. Alright, well, print string. Release beam. Release the Kraken. So it's only creating one beam, so it's obviously not the character that is at fault here. I must have just done something wrong here and just completely forgot that I did it. Look up the top left, so we create the beam on the character. That's obvious, but then it's releasing the beam twice, which means it's creating two beams. How? Character goes in here. Beam attack actor, so it comes through here. Firing beam, so we're the authority because we're the owner, like the server. Like when you're offline play, when you're playing offline, the authority is the server. In most cases, well, it's the owner of the actor. Not going to get into that. Once again, really complicated stuff because the authority over an actor could be the client, for example. But typically in online play, authority is server, remote is client. Unless something is only on the client side and the client is the owner of that actor. As I said, once again, it's a little bit, gets a bit tricky and complicated. Anyway, let's just say, for argument's sake, on the server or offline, the server is the authority. If we're playing offline, it's always going to output from the authority. So firing beam comes through to here, release the beam. That's this here. Then it's going to go release beam on all, which won't fire on the server. It will only fire on the remote. It must be... Is it this? Surely not. It must be triggering twice here. It's got to be. Print string. Fire the beam. And we'll get... Yeah, that's already gone. Alright. Yeah, it must be... What I think is happening is I'm letting go of B. So it comes through here. Gets to beam attack actor. So that's the very first thing that the CPU hits. It comes down to here. It says the beam attack actor is valid because we are up here. Beam attack actor is valid. It's created when we hit B. We come through to here. We go, are we the authority? Yes, we are. We're firing the beam. Yeah, so all it is it's going down to here and it's going up here. So this needs to change. So that, oh, hang on. Bloody hell. This should only happen on the server. Should never happen on the client. Oh, see, that's not the issue. The issue is what's going on here is it's going down here, seeing that this is true. It's just going to get fired twice because we've already, you know, come down here. This is going to jump over to here. It's going to trigger this as false. As you can see, it's unticked, it's false. So it's going down here, it's doing this first, then it's going up here and it's doing this first. I don't think I intended to do that. Maybe I don't need that there. I just realized I haven't fed the cats. Whoops. I think someone else can feed the cats. I'll be having dinner very soon. Alright, now we should be right. That seems like it's creating two beams still. Don't know why. Or it's just very, very jerky. Release the beam, come through here. Print string. Fire beam. See what it's doing. Although it doesn't seem like, I think it's just because it's a smaller beam, it may be a little bit jerky as it's moving forward, or at least appears jerky. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was just a one beam. Yeah, it is. Alright, it's just how it's moving, it just looks jerky. That can be fixed up later, that's fine. Alright, well, that was a bit of a run around. Oh boy. When firing the animation, it does get stuck in that pose. So what we need to do now is not firing the beam. So we go charge, oops, charge the beam, fire the beam, shoot, not fire the beam, go back to square one. In the character, we need to, wait, what the heck? Oh, that's a beam character, that's not, good god. So we fire the beam, cancel the beam attack, so release the beam. When the beam ends, hang on, there's a little thing here I created. I'm just trying to remember this. So exit beam. Charging beam. Clash. Firing beam. just change that to firing beam. Set that to false. It's a really messy way of doing this, by the way. Really, really messy way of doing this. So any other Unreal Engine game developers out there are probably looking at me going, why are you doing it that way? I hear ya. Why the hell am I doing it that way? So I'm trying to do it quickly. I'm prototyping. Making sure it works, and then I can polish it up. It's a long stream. I mean, it's almost been 4 hours so far. So I'll charge the attack, and it's probably at its maximum now in the character's hands, and they're kind of losing it. And then boom. And it's a smaller one. Probably need to make the beam size a bit bigger. Make that like 4 times or something. Don't know. That's 2 times there. Make this 4 times. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I had to get out of the... That's what I had to just test. Oh god. Wow. Never mind me. My brain is failing. I haven't had enough water.
2, 1, go!
Ugh. Alright, so the character is returning back to their default stance, so that's good. Next thing I need to do is place that ball in the right spot. And have the ball kind of move with the character's arms. So, what can I do? What can I do? I can do it a number of ways. I can do like a ball that's already on the character. That is, it gets set to being visible. No, that won't work. That's not a good way of doing it. What I will do instead. Alright. I think... Don't mind me, just trying to figure out how to do this so that it looks better visually. I need to... I wonder if anyone's even going to watch this later. Maybe they will. Maybe people will watch this to try and learn something. I don't know. I hope not, because this will be so boring for you. It's not a tutorial. Just gonna point that out. It's not a tutorial. It's just me working rather slowly and trying to stay awake. Working while I'm tired, really bad idea. Except I'm tired most of the time, so I guess there's not really much choice, is there? Get the actor transform, get the location forward of the actor. So what I should do is I really should be just spawning this yeah, hang on, let me just try something. Alright, so that's basically, this here is doing what this is doing. That's fine, I can leave that as is. So what I'll do instead, this is actually going to get attached to a part of this character. And that part will be a little arrow that I put here. So I'm just going to make this character visible for a second. Spawn in material instance. The character's hands. Yes. Actually, no, I'm actually going to make this a ball. Sphere. No, sphere. Jesus. Make that 0.05. Tiny little sphere. Going to attach it to the character. And attach it to the bone of the character's hand. The right socket, maybe? Maybe the left. Actually, I'll make it the left socket. And left socket. Okay, that's just up in the air. Turn off real time so it's not animating and being weird. So that is now down here. So what I can do is kind of position it roughly to where it, why is it not doing that? Roughly to where it can grow from, and it's kind of track the player's hand a little bit. Stop unclicking, what the hell? Alright, so that sphere, I'll go beam start. I'll set this to hidden in game. I'll change the skin back to what it was. Spawn in material inst 1, I think it was. Alright. When the character fires their shot, it needs to attach to a component of this actor. Attach to a component, which would be the beam start component. And what we want to do is snap to target. Keep world, I guess. Then when we release it, it should detach, but we'll see what happens. We'll see if this completely breaks or not. I really should have just left this for another stream. Where's the ball? Don't know where the ball is. Alright, the ball is not there. The actor has just gone somewhere completely different. So snap to target, that's the location. Rotation, just leave it as is. Scale, leave it as is. Do I need to weld them though? I don't think I need to. Beam start. It might be spawning, but it's just friggin' miniature. Save all these messages.
2, 1, go!
If we look really closely, is there a ball there? No. No such thing. No. It's definitely not. What if I Scale is fine. Spawn transform location. Maybe I can just get the beam start. And we will get world location. Let's pop it there instead. Scale, keep world, snap to target, rotation, keep world. It's fine.
Three, two, one, go!
What? Still not there. Actually, I think it is, maybe. No, it can't be because it'd stand out like a sore thumb. It's fine when I do this. It spawns in front of the player. Attach actor to component. Can I do that? No, I can't. I don't know why it's not working. Is it because it's not visible? Surely not. That should be working. I don't know why it's not working.
Three, two, one, go!
I can see the little grey ball there. Whoa. Okay, didn't want that to happen. There's definitely got to be a better way of doing this. What I could do is I could get the point in between the hands of the character and constantly update the position as it's charging, like updating the world position. That's a little bit annoying, but might have to do it that way. So initially it will attach to that beam start location, then afterwards it should, I can make it so that it kind of stays in between the hands. A little bit tricky to try and do this and make it work online. That's the biggest thing I'm thinking of right now, is making it work online. So it kind of like spawns off to the side and then fires. So there's that. So I'll do this again. I mean, it doesn't look horrible, but it's not where I want it to be. So just gotta check Discord, see if anyone is here. Sorry, just responding to someone on Discord who can't chat in the YouTube. By the way, guys, if you want to chat in the YouTube, it is set to be, what do you call it? You have to be subscribed in order to chat. You can't just, can't just chat without being subbed, and that's just purely just to remove, hey, ciao. It's purely to remove spam and people who might be obnoxious and just annoying, so they can at least do me a favor and subscribe before they chat. Sucks for everyone else though, because then you guys have to kind of. Well, it shouldn't suck. I mean, if you're following the game, if you're watching the video, you should be subscribing, right? Just don't know. Anyway, I'll get back to this. I think I'll be having dinner very soon as well. I think we're having burgers tonight. Burgers. Homemade burgers. Just don't know why it's not doing what I want it to. So it spawns in world space at this location. If I were to just leave that and not attach it to the character, it would theoretically spawn to the side of the character.
3, 2, 1,
Let's see.
go!
Yeah, it does. But it won't rotate with the character at the moment. In order to, but if I go attach actor to component, it should, attach. Don't know why it's not doing it. Snap to target should be snapping to that location, but maybe I gotta go keep relative. Let's try that. Attach actor to component.
3, 2, 1, go!
Nope. Just doesn't want to snap to that component at all. It really doesn't like it. Huh. That's fun. Jeez. I don't understand that. I really don't. A socket name, maybe? Maybe I gotta use that socket name. Never had to do that before. Normally I would do that if I were to, actually it could work. If I do this, attach actor to component, I attach it to the main mesh component, and then I attach it to the socket of the hand. Maybe that'll work. Let's see.
Three, two, one, go!
Well, it's not great. That's probably because of how I've set things up. Yeah, because I've got keep relative. If I snap to target now, it should be fine. You feel big stupid. Oh, don't worry about that, Chow. Don't worry about that. I feel big stupid for a lot of the things I do in this in these streams. And just developing this game. So many things I just go, why? Why did I do that? What possessed me to be that silly? Alright, so this is getting closer to where I want it to be, but it's still not quite where I want it to be. That beam attack looks terrible. There will be a maximum size of beam attack, and I'll have different, I think different particles for different beam attacks. I don't think that this particular minigame will be available for the next update. I'm not too sure. So I do have a lot of work shifts coming up, like a lot. And there are people who I don't think want to be working at my job anymore. Maybe, I don't know. So they might be, changing their minds coming up to Christmas, and that might mean more hours for me, less time to work on the game. But I'm not a yes man, so when they call me in on a moment's notice, I typically just say no because I've already made plans to do work or do something else. And I've let them know that if they call me on my day off, I'm probably not going to be working, like, for them. It's just too much to kind of just drop everything. They should be managing and hiring, or managing the staff better and hiring the right kind of people. You know, I took the slack for a bit, but for a couple of months actually, but got a bit too much. I was after a casual job, not a full-time job, but I've been working full-time hours. So I haven't been able to work on the game nearly as much as I'd like to. Snap to target, mesh left-hand socket. This is a pain in the bum. What about keep relative? If I do that, it should be alright, surely. Because the socket is showing up in the air. In a weird spot.
3, 2, 1, go!
What? That's not normal. I mean, yeah, it's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with this at all. I need to go into the character rig here. I'll show you something that you can do in Unreal Engine. So you can go into the skeleton and set up a socket. So left-hand socket is quite a fair way away from the hand for some reason. I don't know why it's like that. Right-hand socket is right on the right hand. I don't know why I've done that. That baffles me. Anyway, I'm going to create another socket just in case I delete that or move it and then it ends up in some weird spot. It's probably there for a reason. I can't think what reason I would have done that. Maybe you know what, I'm not even going to worry about it. So let's create a hand socket. We'll call it Metal Ball Z socket. Socket left. And going to actually a really good way of testing this is to set the animation, which I think I can do. Impose the actual character. Preview animation, MBZ, beam, charger. Oh, okay, I don't want to run it real time. Where's real time? Damn it. Character, what the hell? Oh, I guess I'll just pause it. That would make sense, right? So if I get it to, yeah, the problem is if I put it too close, it needs to update real time. If I put it too close, what's going to happen is the ball's just going to stick to that hand. This hand's going to be all the way out here. And it's going to look stupid. So I need to, while it's charging, I need to effectively get the location of this hand. Or sorry, this socket, which I will put in the palm of this character's hand. Oh my goodness, camera speed is too fast. Now it's too slow. Yeah. Alright, so I kind of need to put this, think about there. Yep, that's good. And then I need to get the right hand, which is down here. I think the right hand socket's actually in a pretty good spot. Yeah, it is. So I'll get the position in between those, and that will give me the middle. So even if this is out here and this is out here, it's still going to be the middle. of both of them. So I'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. We don't need that there. I just don't know how I'm going to go about updating it and making it work online, unless I do it on the client side, because this is actually, that's fine. I can do it client side. This is happening on the client as well. All right, so I'll do that. I'm going to attach it to the actor, but I'm not going to attach it to a socket. And then in real time, I get, so I'm just trying to use my brain while it's falling asleep, get socket location in world space. Good. Oh man, why did I close this down? I can't remember the name of, oops, I didn't want that, I didn't want that. It is, socket is hand_r socket. Hand_r socket. And the other one is mbz socket L. Terrible naming conventions here, but oh well. Socket L. I think there is a way to get the relative socket location. Relative socket. No, actually get socket. Look at that. Look at this. Ah. Get distance between two sockets. Although that's not getting the actual thingo, but that's fine. I can just simply negate these. Whoops. Should get the in-between point between them. I think that's how it works. Actually, yeah, I think that's how I get it. I'll have to check that in a second. I think there is actually a maths thing where you can get that mid. Or median. Doesn't matter. No, I'm pretty sure that's it. God, I don't know. I'll find out. I'll find out. So mesh, we go mesh, sockets, get attached socket name, socket location. Yeah, it only gets it in that location, in that space, but I think I can also go transform, or inverse transform location to local space, and then I've got to get the, God, I can't remember how to do this. I haven't done it in ages. I don't know how to use this. So transforming a position by the inverse of the supplied transform, which would be this t here. It's the inverse of that. For example, if t was an object's transform, this would transform a position from world space to local space. So, so would I get the transform of that? I guess. I can't remember why. Oh, maybe I gotta get rid of that location there. It's like the transform of. No. Get world transform. I mean, I can have a look anyway. I don't know if I need that or not, but I might. Do that, do that. Bloody maths functions. Ugh, hate maths. Terrible. What am I up to? I gotta. Okay, while it's charging, I've got to run something that updates its position. So, okay, set timer. Now I could create a function actually for this. Yeah, I think that's fine. function. Beam charge position update. Pause update. And go back. Grab this. And then we go set timer by function. I'm gonna run this every 0.1 of a second because this is happening on the client and the server, so it doesn't actually have to replicate online, so that's good. Do this myself. Don't know why it doesn't set that by default. Beam charge pause update. I can't double click this either. I've actually got to go into here. Then in here we have to get the beam character, I think it is. Crap, where is it? Get this, the beam attack actor. And then we have to set location. Set actor location. In world space, to that. Maybe that will work. I'm not 100% sure if it will, but we'll see what happens. And then when it's done, so when I stop charging the beam, I can literally just pause that, so it's not constantly running. Or even better is when that's invalid, I can pause timer by function name, and it will be this beam charge pause update. There we go. No, I don't need to do that. Right, let's see what happens here. I don't think this is going to work, but you never know. It's always a case when you've been doing a lot of scripting stuff and then you jump in and test it. There's no expectancy for it to work. Well, I think it's kind of, yeah, see, it's doing it in world space rather than relative space, that's why. So I do need to transform it to relative space. Might have to go to Dr. Google here, find out. Maybe this will work. Like it's obviously, you know, rotating and moving with the character. It's just obviously putting the thing in world space, putting it in the wrong space. Anyway. Same with that. That did not work. So that's certainly not the correct thing to do. Set actor location. Perhaps it needs to be set relative location. Set actor relative location. Probably not with these two values, but we'll see. We'll see if that works. It needs to be, I think, the inverse location. Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yep. I don't know where the hell that is. What? Oh my goodness. Alright. And I don't think that timer is turning off because that actor is remaining alive. So that's why. So let's try this now. And yeah, not too concerned about that just yet. I think I will be having an hour break very soon. Maybe a bit less. 45 minutes or so. No, it's not. That's not working either. It's over there somewhere. Get the socket location of those two things. Oh my god, it scared me. Perhaps what I should be doing is going back to this. Not attaching it to the character. but grabbing the world location of this socket and the other socket, doing that instead. Since it's happening on the server and the client, it doesn't really matter. It's still all the way out there. Why? I mean, it's obviously rotating correctly, but it's offset. Like, it's really far offset. So, in that case, what I need to do, I'm gonna get rid of this stuff. Don't need that. So it's setting the world location. It's like it's setting it correctly, but it's really offset from the character. Perhaps all I need to do is just get this actor's location, like the main actor's location, and that's where we're going to spawn the ball. Let's see if that works.
Three, two, one, go!
New? Why is it so offset? I don't understand that. Oh, because that is the center of the world, perhaps. Because I bet you if I move the character, it's gonna... Yeah, okay. I'm a derp. I'll see if that's what it is. Let's have a look. Yeah, so if I do that now, it'll fire from there and do some weird stuff. It's broken. Oops. I'll cancel out of that. But if I go here, yeah, it's spawning at that 0 location no matter what. Okay. That's the world origin, so that's where the problem is. So even if it spawns on the right spot, like the beam start here for example, or just on the character, so it spawns roughly in the right spot, then it does its little update. Set actor location. Move the actor to the specified location. I don't freaking understand why. Get the socket location of this. Get world space socket or bone location. Maybe I need to add. Hang on. Get actor location. I doubt very much that this is what it needs, but we'll see. I doubt this entirely. Oh my god, come on. It's purely a mathematical thing. If so what I'll do when I have a break, I'll look up how to convert world space to relative space, and I think I'll be able to fix it. Oh shit, what the hell did I just do then? What? Oh boy, what have I done? Oh man. Okay. Alright, buddy, it's okay. You're good. Okay, alright. I don't know what the hell happened then. Well, sometimes you run into some interesting bugs. Yeah. That's because I didn't actually set the beam actor location. I set the character because it couldn't find anything, so it defaults to what the owner of this thing is, which is the character itself. So it was just going absolutely haywire. That's kind of funny though. Do 2 more attempts, and then I'm taking a break because my brain is dead. I need food. I need sustenance. Might even stop the stream and then restart it again. So just so it's not a stream that goes for 6 hours. Although I probably should just keep it going. Where am I? Here. Well, that obviously didn't work for that. And socket. All right, we're gonna do a bit of googling, and I'm gonna look up YouTube and how to so Unreal Engine 4 convert world space to relative. This is where it's interesting. Hopefully there's not like a crazy thing. Get relative transform. No, what's the thing called again? Inverse. Inverse transform location. This guy here, Matthew Wadstein, makes some great tutorials. Now, what did I say the thing was? Inverse transform location. Simple. Inverse transform location. So yeah, he'll literally he'll look at nodes like this. I mean, this is a bit of an outlier, but he'll look at nodes like this and he'll literally like get relative transform. He'll get a node like this and then he'll make a video just on that node. And he does it in such a very simple and convenient way to learn from. It's fantastic. The guy is absolutely amazing. Thank you, Matthew. Oh, this is it's a top result. Who would have thought?
Video I want to show
I gotta turn the audio on. This is gonna be interesting. Hang on. Let me just pause this. Put my headphones on, so you guys don't hear the video through the speaker. I mean, through the microphone.
To the relative location of actor or component with the inverse transform location node. And also, guys, thank you for your review, likes, my previous videos. It's very hard on different. This camera relative.
Why is this 12 minutes?
I want to just take the sprite complete and get relative transform changes more forward and load paper sprite component. This is new relative location. Node takes the transform of this component or actor. You can see it's camera now, and I should add the new vector world inside it. And now this is new relative location, and I will put to the our relative location.
I don't know what he's saying, but I think I understand what just happened, or at least I remember from when I used to use this. I think I did it right before. So if I'm just literally just gonna get this and grab the transform. Or maybe it's, man, we'll see what happens.
Three, two, one, go!
Nope. I don't even know where that beam is. It's not being fired, that's for sure. How about best transform location? Try it, this one. Get actor, transform. Transform. Get. Jesus Christ, where is it? No, that's a socket transform. Good God. Get transform. Get world transform. Fine. Get the location of the right hand socket.
Three, two, one, go!
Didn't really help. That's gonna be the same. Yeah, it's the same bloody problem. Alright. There's gotta be a better tutorial than that. That is just awful. Hang on. A written tutorial is quite often better than a video tutorial. This isn't a tutorial, I bet you. Nope, it's just documentation. Can't remember, there was a person who, I think it was Tesla Dev. His name was Tesla Dev. Yeah, what the hell happened to him? I'll transform. Don't know. Alright, Unreal Engine 4 convert world location to relative. Let's see if that gives us anything other than that. Goodness. I know the difference between them. I need to know how to convert them. I don't think this will be it, but we'll just check it.
Tomatoes?
Where it is in the world.
No, that's actually a
Determine
node.
the negative 5. And do this
Actually, its own separate
where we
node.
are in the map.
Bugger. Don't want that. Man. There used to be a very simple little thing showing how to use that node, and I just cannot remember for the life of me where that was hidden. 34. Inverse transform location. Node. From world, here we go. No! I don't want that one. Maybe Google Images will save us. Convert, transform the relative transform. Wait, what? There is a node that just... Hang on. Convert. Are you kidding me? Make relative transform? What? That's a thing? Since when? Alright, so computes a relative transform of one transform compared to another. Example. Child offsets, make relative transform, get child active. Computes a relative transform of the child from the parent. So relative to the parent. So it would be this relative to this. Right? That's not what I want to do though. God. I need to convert. Oh shit. Make transform. Oh, actually, maybe I need to make transform. Jesus. This is gonna be a bit of a mission, I think. shouldn't be this difficult, but you know, it is. Split. Oh no, I don't want to do that. So then we convert this value, comparing it to that, so we can get the correct transform, and then we negate that from that. Maybe. It's like science, just throwing things together and seeing what happens.
3, 2, 1, go!
Ah, kind of, but not really. Alright. I'm gonna have a break. My brain is hurting. I'm gonna have probably an hour break, guys. So I'll be back. I'm just gonna turn my camera off and let it cool down for a bit. It's been running for, you know, almost 5 hours. So I'll be back. I'll just put it on standby and let you guys listen to some of Andy Gillian, his arcade metal album. So I'll let that do it for about 45 minutes. I think that whole thing goes for. Yeah, and then I'll be back either before 45 minutes or after. Not too sure, but I will be back. So don't worry too much. Okay, guys. So see you when I get back. I am back. Let me turn my camera on. There we go. Camera is on. Camera is out of focus. That is perfectly okay and fine. Just move that up a bit. Alright, so we're back. Thank you if you're watching. No one's watching it live right now. Got my cup of tea. I'm alive, I'm awake, feeling a bit better. I was falling asleep before in my own stream. Not a good thing. Typically, you know, when I'm doing development, I will actually take a break and, you know, I'll go for a walk. If I start feeling sleepy, I'll just get up, I'll do some exercise, I won't be sitting here the whole time. I find that if I sit here the whole time, I do tend to just kind of get a bit sleepy. So anyway, let's get back into it. So we're going to jump over into the desktop and it's also another good reason for having a break when running into issues like we were before, where I couldn't figure out how to like attach the energy ball to the character's hands. Having a break kind of allows the brain to reset, I guess, and to think a little bit more clearly. So I'm gonna try something, see if it works. I'm pretty sure it will. It's basic mathematics, vector mathematics. So I was trying to negate the two values of these here before, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. I don't need anything. I have done this a million times. I don't know why I could not figure this out or remember how to do it. I'm just, I feel like a bloody idiot. So what we do, we add the two vectors together, right? You see where I'm going with this, right? And we divide them by 2. It is simple maths. That is literally getting, two values and finding the value in between them. That's it. This should theoretically work. I'm like almost fully confident that this will work. So if it doesn't work, I swear to God, I'll just give up. I don't know. But this should work. Hopefully. Just gotta double check after this. If it doesn't work, it's probably I've got the world setting in the wrong spot. Anyway, I'll explain. It works. Hell yeah. See that? That's what I want. And you can kind of see the character struggling, and then he kind of just stops. So at that point, I would just automatically fire the beam or some other thing. Oh yeah, I was holding it for a bit long there, so it's the beam's huge. Once again, the beam looks terrible, but that will change. So we'll do this again. And boom. There we go. Awesome. Meow. That's that. Well, that works. That's good. That means less stuffing around because oh man, that was infuriating that I couldn't figure that out. It was like in my brain that's like, it was one of those things like when somebody tells you, or somebody asks you the name of something, or somebody brings something up and you just cannot remember the name, and it's something that you absolutely should remember. That's what it is. It's like, ugh, driving up the damn wall. Now, the only thing I just noticed then, though, and I suspected this may happen, is when I let go of the, when I let go of the attack, like the beam, it immediately spawns, right? So it like spawns in the character's belly rather than at their hands. So I need to simply add a little delay to this. So release beam. I've just got to add a tiny little delay here. I think that's all I've got to do. If I go delay, maybe I can just put it here. I'm not too sure yet. I'll just make it a 0.2 delay. Just see. Actually, how long is that animation? Let's check it out. Metal Ball Z. Shot. Which one is it? Start shot. I think this is the one. Oh, okay. Stop. Alright. So this is running at normal speed. Okay, it takes 0.44 of a second to get to there. We need to basically fire it at, well, yeah, I mean, I fire it at 0.44 seconds. Easy, alright. So I can go into here. Now this is like using delay nodes, especially online, is not the best idea because obviously there's latency. But what do you do? There's ways around it. Normally I would work around it, but it's something that would take a bit more time. It might work online perfectly fine, but you know. If I do this now and I let go. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do at all. I mean, they look cool, but that is not what I wanted to do. Not only that, but it seemed like really slow. Like the character's animation was really slow. Release beam. Oh, you know why? Because of that. Well, let's just do the delay here instead. I could add a delay node in here actually, but I'm not gonna do that. Because, okay, just to quickly explain, this where it says executes on all, that means it's gonna, like the server tells everyone in the server, hey, do this. So the problem is, if you've got somebody living in Germany, you've got somebody living in Australia, you've got somebody living in the US, and the host is in Australia, it might take it'll be like 20 milliseconds to get to the person in Australia. It'll take 400 milliseconds to get the person in US. It'll take 600 milliseconds to get the person in Germany. So the problem is, first it'll fire for the person in Australia. So bam, does that. Then with the other two people with the huge delay that they have, what's going to happen is they're going to see this happen first. Like it's going to come down here. It's going to do this. It's going to come up to here. It'll do this stuff first, like fairly quickly. It'll take like, let's say for example, 400 milliseconds in the US. So the server does this, or the client does this actually, or the server, whoever, comes down here, requests that the server does this. So it comes down here on the server, sorry, not the client, does this. It then tells all of the clients, so it'll fire the beam, it'll tell all the clients, hey, we're firing the beam, it'll take 400 milliseconds for this to update on the client in the US, 600 for the person in Germany. Then it will come to here straight after. So bam, bam. These will basically happen around the same time on the client and on the clients. But it's already happening on the server. So the server does this straight away, but then 400 milliseconds later, it happens on the client. So things can get a little bit out of sync. So it shouldn't be too bad actually looking at this. The only issue that tends to happen is like if a gunshot gets fired in a game, you know, client pulls the trigger or hits the button, sends a message to the server to say, hey, I want to shoot. Then the server says, okay, you can shoot. Sends a message to everyone on the server to say, hey, this guy, he's shooting. But it takes different times for everyone on the server to get that information. So the person who's got a 400 ping, obviously they've got a delay, they've got lag. They will possibly die even though they're hiding around a corner because the person has popped around and then shot them before they even get the information that they have popped around and shot them. So it's a bit of a complicated thing when doing online play, and there's little things you can do to help, but unfortunately it's just how I guess basic physics work, you know. How networking works is, you know, it all comes down to the speed of the data that's being sent. Alright, so now I've added a delay, so that feels good. Like I let go of that and there's like a tiny little delay where you can kind of see the character pushing forward. That looks cool. I know it's subtle. Like I can change the camera so it's really close, but you know, when you have multiple players, then it's a little bit weird. But it feels so much better. Whoa. Oh wait, I hit the player. What? Well, it didn't really hit them. It just kind of knocked them aside. Now, obviously, the beam firing mechanics and whether or not you can control the beam, I don't know if it's going to change, because pretty much when you look at Dragon Ball Z games, right? When you fire a beam, actually, Dragon Ball Z games, typically you're fighting one person. You lock onto one person, you fire the beam, it fires directly at that character, and the beam is like super fast, like ridiculously fast. But it's a very straight line. You can't really steer the beam. I wanted it so that you could steer the beam in this, but I don't know if I should do that. What do you guys think? Put it in the comments if you are watching this later. Otherwise, you know, tell me now. What do you think? Just gonna finish my cup of tea. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yummy. That was a good cup of tea. Try not to have too much sugar in it. You know. Okie dokie. What is my phone telling me now? Umart. Oh, a computer place that I bought computer stuff from. Background music. Why have I got no background music? Oh, there it is. Oh, sorry. That's probably a bit too loud. My bad. There you go. You got some background music now, guys. So yeah, that was working. That's all good. We have so far. Let's just jump in. We've created animations for the beam and put that into the game. I haven't done an animation for firing the little bolts yet. But I at least did the cool thing of like firing the bolts out at random directions. I think that's really cool. I just don't like how it updates the trail behind it. It looks really segmented. I hate that. What's going on there? Let me fix that. Alright. Let's have a look at the character. And there's a trail. Niagara particle system, and if I go Niagara, not Niagara. If I go to FX, actually no, I don't want to go to that. What I'm looking for here is the trail that goes behind the those balls. Where is it? Rapid Shot. Rapid Shot FX does not use that trail by the looks of it. What the hell trail does it use? That's a bit interesting. Maybe it does have a trail, but it just kind of... Oh yeah, ribbon data, here we go. Let's make that camera up, world up, camera up, source up, what the hell? Because I guess this ball is like rotating in weird ways, and this is not constantly facing the camera. What about facing camera position? Oh, go away. Square, use local space? No, I don't want to do that. Maybe I will do facing camera position. Try that. I'm just gonna plonk this in here and just see. Oh yeah. Meow. There we go. I think that's working now. See, there's a lot of parts to making a game, guys. A hell of a lot of parts. That should be working too, but apparently. Oh, you know what it is? If I zoom right out. it could be like if I rotate this now and then I just move it. Yeah, look, I think it's actually to do with the camera, so I'm gonna try that, just see how this goes. So I just don't like that trail that's behind these things. Hang on. Did the wrong thing there. There will be a bug if you join the keyboard player after a controller, normally. Still playable, but it's a bit buggy. Honestly, guys, the keyboard support, I mean, as much as I want people to play the game, adding keyboard support was an absolute nightmare. It's ridiculous. Alright, the trails look a hell of a lot better. Still a little bit jittery, but they look way better. Why the heck are some of these things disappearing, like, immediately? What? Where are they going? It's like if I do that, then... Meow. Oh, it's cool. Meow. I like that. I have to add animation for like when you're flying and throwing the thingos at the same time. I think that will that'd be cool. Look, I don't know why it's twisting and so on and so forth, but whatever. It'll do for now. It's not a big deal. I shouldn't be getting caught up on those small little details. Oh, that background music is quite loud by the looks of it. I'm gonna just turn that down a bit. Sorry, guys. What the hell was I doing? Oh yes, the animations for shooting the little ball things. Alright, next up, we need to add a state. I will make that state single shot. Oh, hang on, quick shot. I'll just call it quick shot single. Then I will have a return for that state. Quick shot rapid. Because what will happen here is you hit the quick shot button, which in this case is square on the PlayStation controller, or X on a Xbox, or left arrow key on a keyboard, or the Y button on a I'm not even going into it. Switch controller, I think it is. Anyway, so you hit the button, it will say that we're doing a quick shot. So it'll come to here, it'll do the quick shot animation, and very, very quickly it will go back to, you know, idle run. It's just gonna like simply just boom, quick launch out. But if the player starts rapidly pressing the button, the character is going to go into a rapid fire mode, where each shot from the animation is going to, each punch from the animation is going to shoot the little balls outwards. So I'll try and do that anyway. First, we start with the basics, and the basics is going to be rapid shot. Single quick shot. So we're gonna go quick shot. Nope. Let's find out what the variable is called first. So when we hit X, it's simply just spawning right now. It's not doing anything. It's not controlling any variables. So what I can do is quick shot. Do that. Don't know if that's gonna work. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. And there would be a very minor delay there as well. So I think for the quick shot animation, the delay will be, where is it? Start shot. Did I even upload those quick shot animations? I don't know if I did. No, I didn't. Okay, well, time I do that, huh? Forward charge? No, I definitely didn't do it. Bugger. Well, let's do that then. Where is it? Metal Ball Z, whatever. Shot idle, shot start, rapid. Okay, so I got small alt, small, and rapid. This one's a little bit trickier, but we'll see if I can do it. There we go. We're going to go with small first. Small is just left. It's very, very quick. It's nothing too fancy. And I could even just make that double speed because it is meant to be a very, very quick shot. Same goes for this. This is just the opposite side. Oh no, that's just a double thing. Quick shot. Why the hell did this just change? Energy attack small. Energy attack small alt. Bam. Wait. Oh, okay, that's not actually firing on the left hand. It's just he's bringing his arm up to punch the other arm forward. Okay. And then we've got rapid, which is like the Chaozu stance. We go there. It's gonna be so much fun doing audio for this. I'm not gonna do it now because I don't have the energy. Like I couldn't even. Yeah, I just can't even. I'm not doing any audio for this. Alright, well, we've got this. So what I can do here is actually... You know how we were talking about the anim notifiers before? I can add those here while I'm at it. Go quick shot. Quick shot L. Oh man, the other way around. I know my left from my right. Don't judge me. Quick shot L. So that'll trigger notification or an event. Then we do another one there. Dunk. Bam, bam, it'll fire from here and there and there and there. And the other thing is I can trigger audio as well, so I can actually play a sound if I wanted to. I'll get to that. I could make some really, really quick sounds and be like things like that. That might be enough just for testing. But I'm not gonna. I probably won't do that tonight. Otherwise, I really just will be here all night. It will turn into an 8-hour stream, I reckon. If that's the case, I want to finish up in like an hour and a half at most. I don't want to be doing this for too long because I got to work all day tomorrow as well. 9 till 5:30, so yeah, big day. Or 9:30 to 5:30. I don't freaking know. It's a long day, normal day, full-time day, whatever. I gotta make sure I get to bed early tonight. I went to bed, as I said, at 2 o'clock last night, so I'm just a bit sleepy. Small. That one is there. Now I can add an existing notification, notify. Skeleton notifiers, and we can go quick shot L. There we go. I can just make that a little bit there. Bam. Yeah, when the character starts moving back, I think that would be the best time. Same goes for this, quick shot. That's fine. About there. I can adjust it later. Quick shot R. Cool. I can close that now. Go into here. Quick shot L. Quick shot R. And I can set this up in such a way that these little notifications when the animations are done will fire on the character, so it'll do a thing on the character here. Yeah, so I go, so quick shot, and I don't think I need to do this. In fact, I can just get rid of that. The quick shot will trigger the animation, but the animation will come through here and it'll do this. So I'll do this on the server. Quick shot. SV. Actually, yeah, quick shot. SV. That's fine. And then I can just simply say, okay, what the hell? LR. Sometimes Unreal Engine plays up a little bit. Look, it's like metalheads. There are bugs, but considering the power that Unreal Engine has and the community supporting it and surrounding it, it has come such a long way. Like, it used to be really, really painful to work with, but man, like I don't run into bugs very often. And yeah, the bugs can be really bad. Like I can spend days trying to fix things, but they're few and far between, and quite frankly, the bugs probably wouldn't have happened if I didn't design my game in such a weird way, or if I just managed my files better and stuff like that. Like, a lot of it's just they're exceptions to the rule. I guess in this sense, the rule is that Unreal Engine 4 is damn powerful. So is Unreal Engine 5. I haven't used that yet, but I really want to. I can't wait to like work on future projects or eventually, you know, convert Metalheads over to Unreal Engine 5. Okay, rather than doing this, what I'm actually going to do here, it's a bit of a tricky one. So I can use this value here to select a value. So I'll just show you what I mean without destroying everything. So I could literally drag it out from there, go select, choose that. So wildcard means I can input anything into it. And from here, it's like if it's the left side, then I would want to spawn the little ball thing on the left hand of the character, and same with the right side. So that's literally all that is. The role and everything I can just leave as is. Yeah, it's just, oh shoot, I didn't want to do that. It's this here. So I can literally just plug that in there. So get actor transform. All this is doing right now, if you have a look, it is just purely spawning like inside the character, I think. It's getting the character's location and just spawning from it, like the chest, effectively, the belly.
2, 1, go!
Oops, I've got to spawn another character. Yeah, so he has just like spawning from the middle of the character. Alright. So I want to spawn it from the hands. And we know what to do with that, don't we? We know that we can go into here, grab the sockets, socket location of the hands, and use those instead. So if it is the left hand side, then we will do it from true, because left would be true, right would be false. So then I can just simply plug this into here. I don't know if it's gonna work real well, because actually I don't want that to happen. I don't even need that. Just need this. So what I'll do here is quick shot SV. This is gonna happen on the server. it is reliable, which means it will always happen no matter what. That can be quite bad. So, okay, reliable versus unreliable. Well, yeah, reliable versus unreliable. So this is a thing that is requested for the server to do. For something like a player jumping, doesn't necessarily have to be reliable. So unless it is a game in which you know, platforming is heavy, like Metalhead. So I think in Metalheads jumping is reliable. Anyway, reliable means it will always happen no matter what. The problem is, if you've got 500 things that will always happen no matter what, there's got to be, like, they're not all happening at once. There's a queue that they build up in. So what can happen is obviously server lag. So there's just lots and lots of things all happening at once that are going, hey, I want my turn, I want to do my thing. No, you got to wait for the thing that's 500 places up in the queue ahead of you, and finally gets that queue maybe a second later. Hence server lag. So things like the rapid fire shot, it's a little bit tricky because it's important that when the player hits the button, like the client hits a button to shoot, that it happens. Problem is, if the player's hitting that button, like, for argument's sake, 1,000 times a second, guess what? If it's reliable, that's 1,000 things in the queue every second. Server lag big time. Okay, so that's where you can get DDoS attacks, distributed denial of service attacks, where effectively they're hogging up all of the, I guess, the bandwidth, and they're hogging up the queue. They're just overloading the queue. It's to the point where they go, no, enough's enough. Queue's gone. Have to shut down. All right. So that's what happens when, you know, you see servers get attacked. Roughly, you know, there's a lot more complicated than that. But there's also unreliable. Unreliable means that, hey, we're going to send this information through so long as it's not too congested. If it's too congested, it's not going to get through to you. So don't hold up the queue if there's just too much happening. And what happens then is like, okay, well, there's less server lag, but there's also, what'll happen is you don't get as much input going through to the server then. Like, you might hit the button 10 times, but 3 out of those 10 times, the actual shot gets fired, which can also come across as server lag. So there's a bit of a balancing act, and you have to kind of, you know, you don't want to have something replicate, so you don't want to have something being reliable that isn't really necessary to be reliable. You want reliable things to be gameplay critical things, like jumping and, you know, while shooting a gun, for example. You don't want whether or not an explosion happens to be reliable, because it's just a particle effect. The gameplay will still be fine without the particle effect, and that's why sometimes when you're playing an online game, you know, things just won't play. Like, you just won't hear a sound, for example. That is an example of an unreliable bit of information being sent to the server and back to the client. Okay, or back to the clients. Anyway, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna go quick shot. This is this here. I'm trying to do this as I go. So when we hit the button, it does quick shot. Which, coming over to here, we go to this. I haven't set up quick shot yet, so quick shot. And we're gonna go, oh, that's already set. Quick shots. Go to here, quick shot. So now we test this, and quick shot does not work because I haven't set an animation for it yet. The other thing is whether or not it's firing left or right. So I don't want it so that, you know, you tap quick shot and the character goes, and then you tap it again and it's, sorry, it's just constantly left arm, left arm, left arm. I want it so it's like you tap it and it alternates between the arms. That's what I want this to do. So what I could actually do is a little bit tricky actually. If I go in here and I go quick shot LR, quick shot LR, it's a really crappy way of doing it, but it'll work for now just to get the point across. So what we'll do is simply go get quick shot LR, and we'll do the opposite of whatever it is. How about switch the scene back over to the desktop? So okay, good, yeah. Where the heck is this? I'm just gonna hide all this stuff. Quick shot LR, I'm gonna do whatever the opposite is. So if that's true, then we're gonna do false. It's gonna say, no, we're not gonna do true. We're gonna do false. And if we're false, we're gonna go no. So the not thing, we're gonna say not false is true, right? The opposite. We will go into here and we will select an animation. I can't remember, blend by bool, I think it is, yeah. Bool is boolean 1 0, true false, FYI. That's what these red variables are. I'm gonna go LR, get quick shot LR, do the same thing in here. There's actually a much better way of doing this, a cleaner way. Literally, I could just set this here and so set the character, and then in here in these transition things, I could literally get the character and go quick shot. That's all I need to do. I don't know, I find this way is probably kind of cleaner, but at the same time it also, well, it's not cleaner, it's just one of the ways I kind of first learnt about all of this. So I kind of just stuck with it. And I've thought about doing it the other way, I just haven't bothered to do it, but every time I think about it, I'm like, why am I doing this? Like, this is messy as hell, there's variables everywhere that get sent from the, from the character to the animation blueprint. Variables, and they have to change. It's messy. Anyway, one day I'll adopt a better way of doing things. Quick shot single. So we got quick shot LR. If this is true, what we'll do is go small. We're not going to loop it. Quick shot LR. If it's true, I think that's the right side, I'm not too sure. I cannot remember. I should have just named these L and R. That would make sense. That would be logical, right? So it's set to false by default. Quick shot. Bam. That does the right side. Yeah, well that's fine. That actually was perfectly okay. Cool. I can also do what is called a layered blend by layered blend per burn. So what this does, I could literally get the existing animation. I gotta show you this here. If I go into here, this is gonna get a little bit tricky. I don't reckon I can make it work. I could get this. Blend poses by bool. Yep, that's fine. Blend poses by bone. I could get a bone here, and the bone name would be I think it's spine 01 or something. Spine 01. Blend weights. Geez, actually, layered blend. Oh God, hang on. I think I'm doing this the wrong way. Effectively, what this will do is, even if I'm flying forward, the character will like use their arms and try and do like the animation from the upper half of the body. So if I click, I should be able to show the bones. Components, lighting features, advanced. Where the heck is a skeleton? Show skeleton. Where? only I can see that. Oh yeah, here we go, bones. Bone names, oh jeez. Spine 2, right. So we go to here, spine 2. And effectively I could do this. So it will only, so the way this works is it'll only, just trying to think how I can word this. I haven't set this up correctly, but anyway. So if I do speed like that, right? I make it about that. I'm gonna do a quick shot. No, that didn't work. Didn't work the way I wanted it to. Never mind. Tell you what, let's not complicate this. We can do that later. You can make separate animations that would actually end up looking a lot better. So quick shot. And then the opposite. Yeah, so it's not gonna do what I want to do. Right, so it's gonna go here, quick shot, and then when it's done with quick shot, it's gonna say knots. It's gonna go back to normal. I want quick shot rapid, I'll worry about that later. So when I fire, it's gonna go bam. But what's gonna happen is each time I fire, it's going to obviously trigger the, oh sorry, every time I fire the animation, it's going to trigger a quick shot SV L on this particular case, and in this particular case it's going to trigger SVR. Yeah, oops, I need that. So it'll shoot, so if I double click this, it'll shoot this from the left or right hand socket. Now the only issue that's going to happen here is it's going to do it, actually no, it should actually work, it should be fine. It just may be off. Okay, so imagine that like this is on a 2D plane, obviously it's in a 3D world, but it's on a 2D plane. I don't want anything to be moving towards the camera or away from the camera. Problem is these quick shot bolts, I've restricted them to move only in this plane. They cannot do this, alright? They can only move like that. Does that make any sense, guys? I hope so. So, the problem is if they spawn out here, they'll only move along that plane. They will not correct themselves and move towards the plane that they're supposed to be on. That's the only issue I can see happening. There are things that I can do to correct that as well. That's what I intend to do. I won't do them straight away though. Right, so this isn't... Okay, of course not. What's happening here is after doing the attack, it's not resetting the... what do we call it? The quick shot. It's not turning this off. So... this needs to simply go here. The other thing is, if I go to delay, just make it 0.2 second delay, retriggerable delay rather. Now what a retriggerable delay is, anytime that I shoot, it'll come through here. If I left this as at 1 second, right? Or 10 seconds, better example. I fire this event off, like I hit the button to shoot. It'll come through here, spawn the thing, fire it away. It starts a timer, a 10-second timer, a countdown effectively. Then it will count, and after 10 seconds it will go quick shot. Same as a delay, right? The difference being, with a retriggerable delay, this counter, it could get down to 2 seconds, but if I shoot another bolt, a thingo, it will hit this retriggerable delay and it will start it from scratch. So, and it won't get past there. Until that hits 0, it will not go past this node. So I could get down to 5, hit the button again, and it goes back up to 10 seconds. Hit it at 0.01 of a second before it gets to 0, and it gets re-triggered, goes up to 10 seconds. Quick shot does not reset back to false, right? So that's a retriggerable delay. A delay, however, is you go through here, 10 seconds, it will go through to quick shot. So if I did this, it will go through here, 10 seconds later it'll go to quick shot. But I could shoot this 5 times. Each time this delay is going to get triggered. It's going to effectively add another delay to the queue. It'll keep adding and adding and adding. So if I do this shot 5 times and I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the quick shots variable, it'll get to the other side here each time. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No matter what, once that hits 0, it's going past it. Like it's gonna get there. That probably also didn't make that much sense, but anyway. Going on a tangent again. Trying to explain it as I go, just for anyone who's sort of wondering about that stuff. It's kind of boring for most people, I'm sure. But, testing out the live stream stuff. 6-hour stream. Okay, so now retriggerable delay needs to be roughly the length of a small energy attack, which, considering it's running at double speed, it's going to be 0.31 seconds. So let's go to here. 0.31. Oops. 0.31. Now if we go to here, go to not quick shot. Oh man, don't think that's gonna work. It needs to keep doing this, that's the thing. It's gotta keep rapidly doing this. Now I'm really tired again. Good God. Cup of tea didn't last long. Alright, well, just gonna cut that out. Actually, I'll leave it there, sorry. Let's just try how this goes. Just add another controller. Pull that player in. Kind of works for a bit, but then it breaks. So if I were to go like this, it would be fine. No, it wouldn't actually. It does it 1, 2, 3, 4, and then that's it. It just stops. Bit strange, but anyway. So 1, 2, not quick shot. I don't understand why it cuts out. Quick shot. I really shouldn't even actually make that 0.31 of a second delay too. Because, and I'll show you why. Because that's only happening, that's being triggered from here. So 0.6. To 0.62. Wait, what? 0.26 to 0.62. What's that, like 20 something? 21? 22? I don't know. No, it's 20. No. God, I don't know. No, 22. It was 22. Or 0.22. Because it's half of 44. What's the difference? I think. Hopefully my maths is working. So that should be 0.22. To get to the end before we can do a quick shot again. That's not going to fix the issue though, it's just going to get locked. So I need to have a look at the character. I'm going to move this aside and I'm just going to see what the character is actually doing when I fire and what stops the character from firing.
3, 2, 1, go!
Let's move him away. That's alright there, but if I rapidly hit it, no, because it's constantly being shot. And then it's never going to be reset, that's why. Okay, so if it is already being shot, quick shot. How am I going to do this? I think no matter what, I need to set this to turn off. Yeah, what's happening is effectively I'm shooting, and then at some point what happens is it turns the quick shot off then on immediately, so it's kind of like going back to the idle state, but then not going. So hang on, it's like it's going back to here. And then when this gets set to true, it's happening while this is set to false. So it's like bam, bam in one hit. So it never actually returns back to here. But because this is set to true, for some reason it's not going here. Yeah, I don't know. There's something weird happening, but it's my logic flaw. It's not the game, not the engine or anything. Oh, hey, Chow, sorry I didn't see the chat because Unreal takes up all 3 screens. Yeah, my break was good. I had a nice burger, homemade burger. It was yummy, filled the spot. And I also have had a cup of tea. So that was yummy as well. Kept me awake for about, I don't know, 20 minutes. Now the brain is going brr again. Normally if I get this tired while doing game development, I will take a break though. Like I'll like go and lay down, or I'll stand up and do some exercise, I'll walk around, stretch my legs, that kind of thing. I wouldn't just sit here the whole time. I used to though, and it was really unhealthy. Like feel it in my breath, my chest, just my body. Even now, like it feels like my breath is labored. And this is, you know, only one sitting, you know, so if you end up doing a late night and you're struggling the next day to do work, take some breaks. Especially if you're gonna do a long day. You know, there's been a pretty long stream of me just sitting on my bum. It's not that healthy. But it's for the stream, guys. It's for the stream. Alright, so quick shot. Let me... Oh, hang on. Nice. I also had a burger. Only I went out to Oporto's. Oh, yum. I haven't had that in a while. Alright, quick shot. Jeez. Yeah, there's a bit of an issue here. So, I do the quick shot. Set it to true. There has to be some sort of contingency for it to stop. So I could even do a delay here, like a retriggerable delay here. It's a little bit jank, but we'll see how we go. I could make that, I'll just make it 0.2, and then it'll hit another retriggerable delay here. Maybe that could go kind of badly actually. Or I could just do something like that. Make that 0.44 or something. I don't know. I will see if that works. I hit start on the other controller, that's why it just joined. That was not a bug. Yeah, no, it's kind of jank. Alright, well. Two. Triggerable delay.
Right, two, one, go!
Yeah, if I hit it too rapidly, it just yeah, it just keeps going. Alright, so maybe I was right in the first place. Maybe that needs to just go down to there. I was thinking about online play though, because this only happens on the server here. Just don't know how that's gonna work. See how we go. See how we go.
3, 2, 1, go!
Nah, I mean, I'm button mashing like crazy. It won't do anything. Then I let it go for a bit. It'll do it. All right. So I don't think that is the right way of doing this. So therefore, so every time I hit the button, we do the quick shot. Right. Then it goes through to here. Does the quick shot. I think I know what I gotta do. It's a simple one. No, it's not, because if I set this to false straight away, what's gonna happen? I was gonna put this like over here and just like that, or just put it behind a very small delay. The problem with that is it will immediately go here to here to here. I don't know if that is really a good option. I can try it, I just don't think that's gonna be what I want to do. And then that retriggerable delay thing is going to be pointless if I do it this way.
3, 2,
Because it's setting a quick shot thing to false anyway. Oh, look at that, I can't even attack. Well, that's great. That's because it's being set immediately. I need to add a slight delay. And that slight delay is going to be like 0.05.
3, 2, 1, go!
Man, literally falling asleep. No. No, that doesn't really work very well either. That's quite bad. Feels very unresponsive. Alright, there's gotta be a way of doing this. I'm just a bit of a derp. My camera turned off, did it? Oh, really? Oh, it has. Maybe the camera has overheated or the battery's run out or something. Yeah, I'd say that's all it is. If I pop that up, it'll probably say battery out. No, there it is. Don't know why it's done that. I think it just does that like when the battery runs out, or if it's maybe timing out or something. I'm not too sure. I need to figure out a way to keep these windows on top. Maximize, no. Shows tab, no. Used to be an option to just set this on top of everything else. Apparently I can't do that. Alright, well. Unpin, no. Here we go. Cascade all windows. Nope. Store all windows. Nope. Ah, where is it? Anyway, I'll have to just keep on checking on the tab. But thanks for pointing that out. I didn't realize that was happening. It must have only just happened too. Not that anyone really wants to see my ugly mug. Doesn't really help the video. So, unless you all just want to see me falling asleep. Maybe my camera's falling asleep with me. Alright, so anyway, we tap the button, we go R left on server, quick shot, going in here. I'm just trying to think the best way to do it rapid fire and alternate each attack. It's gotta, you know what, I'm gonna take away this and I'll just do this instead. Hopefully that will solve the issue. I can't imagine it would, but we'll just see.
2, 1, go!
No, it just gets stuck again. It's got nothing to do with the quick LR shots. Or does it? Shouldn't have anything to do with that, no. It'll play no matter what. It won't loop. Goes to there. Does a shot. Goes back. However many seconds later, 0.1 milliseconds later. It's so weird. Like if I go quick shot here. I wonder if it's like the animation isn't finishing and it needs to finish the animation before it can play again or something. That doesn't seem right to me though. Like it should just play from the start each time. Yeah, start position, play rate scale, I don't need to worry about that. Start position, that's not looping, that's not looping. Got nothing to do with that. What I'll do instead, I might see if I can do this conduit thing. Quick shot, LR. Let's see if this will work. Rather than doing this, quick shot LR. We're gonna go quick shot single. Get rid of this. Quick shot LR. Yep. Hey. Come on. Quick shot LR. I don't understand how these conduits work, to be honest. So this will be interesting. I really just don't understand it. Quick shot. So that's gonna be true. And then we're gonna just go one of them. There. Go here. And this one is going to be quick shot LR not. Oops. Not. So that will be the right side. Quick shot R. Quick shot L. And then these will go back to not. probably once again a better way of doing this. Probably run it into a conduit, make it go back. If that's even how that works. See, there's still a lot of things I just don't know with Unreal Engine. Like I haven't tested them, I haven't tried them. Now would be a good time for me to try something like the conduit to see what it actually does. So that's why I'm testing this here. Just doesn't really make sense how it's done. It's like quick shot. It takes the input of quick shot, see if it's true. So it goes to here. Then in here, it's going quick shot LR. So does that mean if it's, I don't even know, like it doesn't make sense. Like there's no, you can't exactly drag like true or false out from these, from the actual node itself. It doesn't make sense. It's not like a branch or anything like that. Just gonna turn these damn bones off, they're annoying me. Quick shot LR, boom, 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 that goes back when it's not quick shotting. I could also make this go here if we go quick shot R. If I do it in time, I guess, maybe. And I can make this go to here. This is such a mess. It'd be interesting to see if it works though. So I go quick shot. Oh, that, what the hell? That didn't do a damn thing. That should have just gone boom, straight to there. Did not do a damn thing. Anyway, quick shot. Ah, okay. When it changes, maybe? Now it's just doing... Oh yeah, because I got the same animation set up on both of them. Herp-a-derp. Well, maybe I actually did it properly then. Quick shots. L. Oh. You know what? I think I got it working, and then it just goes back to normal. Yeah, and I could leave that, and yeah, that seems to be fine. It just comes down to this. So I guess I can keep doing this. Leave that there. So long as the character is shooting, quick shot will stay on. And it'll just alternate between L and R, hopefully. Or quick shot L. Variable. Oops. Hello, green. It has a blue trail for some reason. It's a little bit buggy still. I don't like that. Yeah, no, it's not very responsive. Not a fan. Not a fan at all. What the hell is going on? Why is this being such a pain? Someone tell me. So, we know that, like, it's weird because I do the quick shot and then I can just alternate between this. But yeah, like, obviously when I do it quickly, it just doesn't react the way it should. I guess because it's not finishing the animations. Like, if I do it really quickly, it doesn't even get a chance to finish the animation. See, he's like wiggling his body. That's all it is. It's literally it. So, all I need to do is make it so that there is some sort of a blocker that says, hey, don't change, well, don't, play the next animation until it's like done. Or maybe if it's already playing the animation, that's when we go into rapid fire or something. How can I do this? I do need to have something that can stop the animation from trying to play and not fully playing it as well. Because the player can hit... you know what it is? I'm an idiot. So I can literally just add a triggerable delay here. Maybe? Oh no, just a delay. Yeah. That way it gives time for the animation to finish. So perhaps... Actually, I'll do a do once node, which means it'll literally only do this once. Literally, rather, not literally. Yeah, well, okay, so when, let's say for example we're doing this online, right? So, client, let's say it is a client who's pressing the button. They press the button, they send a request to the server to shoot this beam. Then it comes down to here. Remote is a client, so it comes to here and it goes, hey, are we charging a beam up? So this is saying, are we doing a oh sorry, this sends a request to the server to shoot the bolt, not the beam. Shoot the little energy bolt. Comes down to here, then it says, hey, are we charging the beam? If we're charging the beam, then it will cancel the beam out. But then it comes down to here, it's not going to do any of this stuff on the client at all. So all the client is doing is sending a request to the server saying, hey, I hit the shoot button. Comes to the server goes along here. We're not charging a beam up, so we can skip that. But we are the server, yes, with the authority over this character. We are the server, the boss. We're going to do this once. Even if the client is like sending this request a bunch of times, we don't do this, we don't go past this ever again until this is reset. So what we do is when we get to here, we can reset it. Maybe. I don't think that's going to work either, actually, because that's a retriggerable delay, which means that if the player is constantly shooting, I don't know, we'll see. It shouldn't actually get retriggered. It can't retrigger, I guess. Actually, yes, it can. It's just gonna trigger for the different side of the body, I guess. So I guess I've got to kind of wait till the animation is finished before unlocking it again, which I can do. Oops, can't really see the animation there. So it'll only shoot once, and that's because I haven't set it up properly. Because I'm a derp. Derpy derp derp. Come through here, do once. Quick shot. We cannot do this again. And then we go through to here. Goes to there. Goes to here. First thing. Does the animation. The animation does the little trigger, which is one of these things. Quick shot. Goes to here. Does left or right, whichever. And then after 0.22 of a millisecond, of a second, sorry, it then turns the quick shot off, comes back around to do once and resets it. But that's not really working. I am obviously doing something wrong. Well, we'll see what it is.
3,
See what it is. Man, I'm tired. Right, what the heck? Well, that just doesn't want to play ball. Alright, now we go to the animation blueprint. We're gonna have a look and see what's going on here. You guys can't see this, it's off the screen. I'm sorry. I could like play the game on a separate monitor, I guess, and you guys can see, but I'd rather you see what's going on with the characters than what I'm looking at. So if I shoot now, yeah, okay, it's stuck in a cycle. Is that what's going on? Let's do this again. Why the heck is that active? What the hell? There we go. Apparently there's 4 characters spawned in. I don't think so. Alright, well it's returning back. What the hell? Don't understand it. I really don't. It's being shot, it's going quick shot, tells this over here to go there, does a quick shot, and after 22 milliseconds tells it to go back to the idle run state, and then resets this. What the frig? I don't get it. Let's have a look one more time. The tedium of trying to fix problems that you've created. Alright, so that resets, and then I hit the button again. Sets quick shot to true. I don't know why it's not re-triggering. Quick shot is true. What the hell? I think... Alright, I think I know what's going on here. It's kind of weird. So this conduit, I think it only... It's like it only transitions if it changes. I don't know, that's weird. I'm gonna change that to state. Maybe. No, state is not what I'm after. Oh, far out. I think I just need to go this to here. And I've just got to go quick shot. And this to here. It's quick shot. And also, there's going to be a bit of an issue here. It's going to try and do both at the same time. Not. This one is going to do quick shots, and it's the left side. So if it is a quick shot and it's the left side, we're going to do this, and if quick shot turns off, we go back. If it's triggered in between that, we'll go to here. I hope this works. I can't see it working because nothing else seems to bloody well work. But let's give it a try. Only one way to find out. I'm sure if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably figure this out way quicker. I admit that I do get distracted by the stream. I'm just like worried about boring whoever's watching. Oh damn, that doesn't even shoot. Well then. That's useful. quick shots. Transition roll. Quick shot. Not quick shot. No. What the heck? Why wouldn't it do that? That makes no sense. Alright, let's see. Let's see what's going on here.
3, 2, 1, go!
If I hit the button... Oh, Jesus. Okay. That is what's happening. Right. It's going quick shot to there. What? What? Not quick shot? Yeah, there's a bit of an issue here, so... Alright, that's fine. I had that set to just quick shot, so what was happening is it would go... Wait, which one is what? Oh, what the heck? No, man. I want that to be here. I want this one, because that's the way back, to be not quick shot. Oh, idiots. That's what happens when you try and rush. This is fine, I guess. That's fine. Why wouldn't it do that one then? Because it won't go to this because, yeah, I know. The conditions weren't met. Let's try this, shall we? It's really annoying because I've got like different windows open. In Unreal Engine 4 it comes up with a message log. Anytime there's errors within the game, and it could be like the most minuscule things, but it just pops up with this friggin' message log and I cannot turn it off. It's always popping up, and so I have to close it. Alright, so this works. There's obviously a bit of a delay between the animations, but if I like shortened this, I can make that 0.11, for example. And then I could do more rapid firing, or if it is rapid firing, I need to find some way of identifying if it's rapid firing and play the rapid fire animation. So the only time this won't work, I guess, is if I fired really, really fast, but even then it seems to be holding up. This is not obviously firing from the character's hands, so now I need to do that. Because yeah, it's not firing from where I want it to. It's firing from like away from the character's hands. For some weird reason. That's the scale of it. That's where it's spawning in the world location. I don't know why it is spawning so far away from the character. It just doesn't, that's weird. Here's another problem. It's crazy, huh? That could possibly be just due to the initial speed. Yeah, that's why. If I made it 100 or even 0, it'll be a bit of a different story. Because it's like launching out.
3, 2, 1, go!
But then it probably won't go out to the sides. Yeah, it's just going to go straight. Yeah, and it's like, it's launching at the wrong times as well. It's, yeah, that doesn't look nice. It's crap. That's because these launch 0.2 seconds later, is that right? So let's spawn there. The pitch has a random pitch on it, so if I went 0.25 and no, not 250, 25 for that one, socket L and hand socket R. Let's do that again. Is it actually like shooting at the right time? That's the thing. Because like we go into the animation blueprint, it does a quick shot, which will send the obviously does a quick shot notification here. So that'll go bam at 0.26 or in 0.13 because we're at double speed. So at 0.13 it will go to here, and then it will ask the character to do this, and then it will return afterwards to allow me to do even more shots. I can set this up way better. At this stage it's not set up correctly because I do want the rapid fire thing happening as well. So I could do things like detecting how many input presses there are within a certain time frame, and if there's X amount of input presses, then do the rapid fire animation. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, and we can see that like these bolts, they're not going full speed here. So I could even make this like a second. Sounds crazy, but it starts at a slower speed. They might like go out and then, you know, shoot towards the target quicker. Yeah, that's that's crap though. I want it to shoot out from the player, but want to do that at a faster speed than that crap. Do that at 0.5. I want them to get like a little bit of distance, like outwards from the player. Ideally.
3, 2, 1, go!
I don't like that. It's just it doesn't really do anything for me. That needs to be 1,000. Even 2,000, like, yeah, whatever. I'll just do 2,000 full speed. There's no acceleration or anything. The only downside to that is it looks like they kind of like spawn outwards from the hands too far.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, see how they kind of like spawn really far away? I don't want that. And yeah, it doesn't really work for me. Oops. Shit. Wonder. Because the projectile's not even visible. That's the thing, like it doesn't look visible straight away, which I don't understand. did this. It's just, yeah, it just launches out so quick. And it just looks dumb.
3, 2, 1, go!
Now I've turned off homing. I guess it is actually spawning from the player's hands when you look at it. It is actually doing it. It's just the trail doesn't start for about 0.2 of a second. It's like a delay on the trail, so it's actually just a visibility thing more than anything else. So this actually works fine. It's the actual particle on this thing that is quite delayed. So this here, the spawn ribbon thing is quite delayed. Why is it delayed? Rate scale? Because it's 0.1, maybe 0.2 or something. Let's try that. I don't think that's actually going to matter. It's not. Change that back to 1. There's something to do with how frequently they get created or something. I can't remember. Lifetime, initial scale, starting scale, 10, 10, 10. Alright. I'll just leave that. And if I put one of these particles in here, it's gonna bug out. What if I turn that up? I've got a trail. Color over life. My goodness, so many things open. So 0. I wonder if it's something to do with this. Hope not. Wonder if I can duplicate it. Color over life. Color over life. Can I just do another one? Just cancel that one. Just want to see. Just gonna close that. Ooh.
3, 2, 1, go!
At least the trails look a little bit better, maybe. Oh no, they're a bit jerky still. I don't know. It's like the ribbons, the ribbon trails are a little bit delayed. Don't understand that. There's gotta be something here. Ribbon data. Dead trails on deactivate. Dead trails on source loss. Sheets per trail 1. Max trail in trail count. Render access. Camera. Spawn initial particle. Maybe. Maybe that will work. I do notice that a little bit of a weird thing happening with the trail at the end of it. We'll see what happens. Like this seems really stupid because it's just because it's a particle and it's just a ribbon trail behind the attack, but you know, when you do the attack, you want it to feel good. Like you don't want it to look like it's spawning that far out. Kind of want it to look like it's yeah, coming from the player hands. And it just doesn't look like that way at all. It's like it just can't keep up with the position of it. Distance, tessellation, step size, don't worry about that. What is that anyway? 0.1, 15. Let's see what that does. Don't actually have a clue what that does. Nothing. Shoots per trail. I'm gonna go like 10. Why not? Max trail count 10. I don't know. No idea.
Three, two, one, go!
Still doing it from like really far away. I hate that. Stop it. Spawn rate scale. Process spawn rate. Count. Time 0. Per scale, this float will be returned. Maybe if I went like 5, I don't know what's gonna happen there, but we'll see. Shouldn't do anything with that. Instant, interpolated.
Three, two, one, go!
It's not fixing that. Oh man. Rate scale. Rate scale is scalar to apply to the rate. The rate is 20. Spawn rate. The rate at which to spawn particles. Let's just go 1. Is that gonna spawn them slower? I guess. There's something else I had to fix up here, wasn't there? Ah, that'd be like 20 milliseconds perhaps? 100? Could be that. Let's have a look.
Three, two, one, go!
It's random. That is definitely closer and smoother. Yeah, so I'm gonna smooth this out. I'll make that like 500. But then we look at the particle emitter here. It's gone up significantly in terms of how many particles there are. Maybe nope. Made no difference. All right, 500 it is. Let's see how we go. No.
Three, two, one, go!
I also have to look at performance of the game. Like, there's going to be heaps of these little particles on the screen at one time, so I don't want to have it like, I don't want to have too many and then the game's just chugging. Just can't keep up. Definitely the trails are a lot smoother, but it still doesn't look like they're firing. Like, one does, the other one doesn't. Like if I do it rapidly like this, eventually it will. What I need to do is also deactivate the particles on the player when they're not moving, because it just looks stupid. I'm gonna do that before I forget. Movement graph. So this here, deactivate on both of them when it is not moving, and activate it when it is moving. That's gonna be tricky. Because I don't want to constantly be deactivating over and over again, so I'm just going to double check. Say, is activated? Is active? I think that's what I can do. If it's active, then deactivate it. If it's not active, I guess I can do that anywhere here, I suppose. Let's do it after this, I guess. Yeah. Alright. Sequence. Right. Then we activate. If it's active already, don't do anything, but otherwise do something. Don't know if that's actually going to work, to be honest. That's probably not what I'm meant to do, but I just want to stop the particles from kind of like just spawning. Like you can kind of see them just floating there. That looks shit. Alright, they're not there. Yeah, okay, cool. So they'll deactivate when the player's not moving, or they just stop moving. Huh. Doesn't look that great though, let's face it. So let's fix that up a bit, because that's in the wrong spot. This should be like over here somewhere. This should be sequence. And there should be a delay when it, deactivates as well, otherwise it just immediately just stops. And it should be looking at the velocity of the player, not the speed, because as soon as I stop, even though the character keeps going, oh man, yeah, it doesn't really work very well. So it should look at the velocity of the character, which is this here. I could just have a timer actually, rather than doing this. I mean, yeah, do it that way, I guess. What I can do is grab that. Assessed. I want that. I want the event graph. I think there is a timer here somewhere. That's every 0.25 seconds. I don't really want to do that one. I'll set up my own separate timer. It's not really great though. Set timer by event. Just call it whatever for now. And what we'll do is constantly check if we'll check the velocity. Oops. Get velocity. Where have I got this? In movement graph. That's what I'm after. So we're just seeing if the player is actually moving to deactivate the particles or not. is higher than 0, then we will check to see if it's active. If it is, then we'll see. Hang on. Alright, so if we're higher than 0, that means we're moving, okay? If the particles are not active, then we need to activate them. If we are not moving, which is 0 here, are the particles active? Yes, they are, so therefore deactivate them. Simple. Hopefully that works. Such tiny little things, but they take a little time, guys. Get real tired right now. And I've gone probably over the stream time that I wanted to. So this seems to have worked. Yeah, see the trail kind of disappears. Like you can't really, like you can kind of see it slowly disappear, but at least I don't have these stupid like particles. So just as a comparison, if I fly around here right now, like it's still not great, but when I'm moving around, it shows the particles. But when I'm not moving, it doesn't show the particles, right? Now, when I go to, where the heck is it? Here, if I disable this, what you'll notice is this really annoying, ugly thing. Oh, actually, I didn't want to do that. You'll notice the particle is like constantly there. You can see it already. Like the particles are like rotating on the characters, even though they're just idling. They just look like they got these little sparkly things on their back or under their armpits, and it just stays. It doesn't go away. It's constantly rotating around, and it looks dumb. So yeah, it's just a little quality of life thing, you know. Nothing too crazy. I can adjust this as well. Like that's quite a frequent update rate. I can make it like every 0.1 of a second. Save a bit of performance. Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go!
And now you'll see it just stops. Okay. But yeah, the beam trails from where these things are being shot. I don't know, I'm gonna have to spend a bit more time on that. I think that's a bit trickier. Might have to spawn them on the hands and do the same thing I did with the what's it call it? The beam, like where it kind of shoots out, like it follows the arms. The other thing is with the beam, when I'm facing this direction, like nobody can see what the hell's going on. The character's hiding the beam. So I need to make it so that there is an inverted animation. And same with facing down, like it looks weird facing down. Oh, sorry, facing upwards. If I faced upwards like this, obviously it'll it's not too bad. Actually it is a bit broken, like the rotation of the character is a bit broken there. It's not rotating on the right axis, and then you'll just see that beam just does some weird stuff. And yeah, it also, there's probably too much of a delay in firing the beam. So I think maybe like the more power there is in the beam, the slower the animation is. But it wouldn't be that much of a difference. Like, you know, if you held the beam for a second, like boom, let go, then it'd be like an instant fire almost, versus holding it down for 5 or 6 seconds where it'd be like, and it might be a second delay in shooting, just to give the feeling of weight to the shot. Maybe that's a thing. Don't know. Anyway, guys, I think that should pretty much do it. Like, I was gonna do like powering up, and what else was I gonna do? Beam trace hands. Oh yeah, no, I've done that. But yeah, I was gonna do like the powering up thing, but I haven't done any powering up particles or animations for that yet. In saying that, I haven't really done good particles or animations for anything yet. So yeah, I mean, all in all, I've got a little bit of stuff done today, but I think, you know, doing the live stream while trying to do game development is a little bit distracting, a little bit difficult, but at the same time it also does kind of motivate me to just keep on going. So anyway, but when it's a 7-hour stream, a little bit too long. Anyway, guys, I might just leave it there. I'm gonna go back to, I'm gonna watch some Dragon Ball Z, funnily enough, which I'm excited to do. Stretching. Alright. Yeah, so gonna watch some Dragon Ball Z. Gonna finish up the night, get an early night, and have a long day at work tomorrow. I also hurt my back as well, so I was doing some deadlifts at the gym about 2 and a bit weeks ago, and stupid me, I got to the top of my lift and I let the kind of like relaxed back into my spine, and so it's kind of, yeah, put a lot of pressure on the lower spine, tailbone kind of area, and just felt a little bit of a discomfort there. And stupid me, rather than stopping, I did another rep, and actually it was the same pain again, and that was when I just went, you know what, I should stop before I hurt myself. So I don't know if it's just bruising or something, but you know, it is still a little bit sore, so probably did a bit more than just bruise it. And then going to work has just made it kind of worse. I did have time off though. I did actually take time off because I could not move. I was like, I was basically crippled for a few days, just letting it heal. But in that few days I just worked and worked and worked and worked. Anyway, no one's going to watch this part of the stream anyway. So I'm going to wrap it up here. I'm not going to do the 3, 2, 1 scream. And I'll save that for the party streams. Have a good day, have a good night, all that sort of stuff, and might do another stream in a few days after my work shifts die off and I have a bit of free time and energy.